Anyway, we're good whenever you are.
Thank you. All right, this is a hybrid meeting. The city council member of the public can view this meeting live on channel 8 on the city's website, YouTube. Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 asterisk. The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting and speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. Call this meeting to order. First presentation is the council appointed amendment evaluation discussion. We'll ask, Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item.
I am. All right, I'll introduce the item. There is an evaluation committee. We're not a subcommittee. We are a committee of the city council. 3 members are on the committee. That's myself, Councilmember Douglas, and Councilmember Madera. We arranged the meetings in order for all 3 of us to be able to attend. Councilmember Madera was unable to attend either meeting ultimately. And then there was an emergency for Councilmember Douglas at the second meeting. At which point I suggested that we bring this all directly to the city council so that we just sort of skip the evaluation committee, if you will. Councilmember Douglas and I both agreed as the 2 of 3 members of the committee that the suggested use of ICMA template, that's the International City Managers Association templates for city manager, city attorney, and a municipal judge would be useful tools. This city council first was introduced to it by City Attorney Zarzeki when he did his performance review, and he showed us the template for city attorney. And at that meeting, after that meeting, in discussion with Eva that evening, our human resources director, it was suggested that we take a look at these. So the idea is that the metrics don't change. Everybody's got their metrics. We've agreed to their metrics on the performance review. That doesn't change. However, the method that we use as a city council is enhanced by using the ICMA template. So, for example, if you're looking at what was this accomplished, et cetera, the question is also how. And so ICMA sort of adds that level of how was it accomplished, and it augments the performance review. Is just a tool. We'll use, the suggestion is that we use the template recommended by the ICMA and then the evaluation committee to do our evaluations going forward. We have the municipal judges evaluation coming up in May. I would say also that at the second meeting of the evaluation committee, we had 3 additional council members who came for the Zoom meeting. That was Councilmember Teeter, Councilmember Kim, and Mayor Douglas. However, as I say, I suggested that we just move this to a city council meeting instead of explaining it to everyone at that point. We might want to have a 3rd or 4th person appointed to the evaluation committee so that we have 3 people who attend every time rather than just 2, by the way. So that is the suggestion. If you are interested in pursuing, that's our recommendation.
Council members have questions? Councilmember Dukes?
Just a comment, I appreciate the transparency and the ability to have the templates to move forward. And I'm personally, after reviewing all of them, I'm okay with the judge as well as the city attorney. And I would love them to have a modification for the city manager's template. It's the individual characteristics scoring performance, right? I think those are, I would have removed that but the rest of it is actually appropriate for, in my sense. And I would remove the individual characteristic because it's so subjective. And if you put it through a lens of like, how do you measure exercises, good judgment, or has the mental and physical stamina appropriate for the position? I think it becomes a little slippery slope when you start trying to put that level of, it's slippery slope, putting that level of subjective rating on something, individual characteristics like those.
Councilmember Cuter.
I'd like to see them remove the part on the city manager's part on, we were talking about what are his goals.
Could you speak
are.
up, please?
I would like them, my hearing aids are, telling me
I
I'm
don't know,
speaking too
you
loud.
wound up without a microphone above your head
Oh,
and you're
okay.
one of our lighter speakers, so they did reconfigure the room.
Well,
and
I think we need
appreciate
to
that, but it
change
didn't
the
help.
city manager's, form a little bit, because when it comes to, his goals, well, his goals change weekly or monthly, depending on the council's attitude. So how can we ask him what his goals?
So we are not changing his performance metrics in any fashion.
Well, I'm recommending that maybe we should.
Oh, okay. Well, that's another topic, but let me get back to
Okay.
that for just a minute. Is that this is simply a tool. So even as Councilmember Dukes was talking about, yes, there is a subjectivity to it, but it's also how do things get accomplished? So it's not that it replaces the metrics. It's that it augments so that you're thinking about these things as you're looking at each of the metrics. It's a tool for us to evaluate, not to score, if you will, for judging, because that's not in his performance review. He has no subjective items in his performance review. They are all concrete. This was done by third quarter, this was done by fourth quarter, that kind of thing.
Councilmember Ford.
I don't have it.
Councilmember Dukes.
What I hear you saying, and I agree with, it's a tool to be able to monitor or review if things are getting done. I don't mind that part of it. I still think the individual characteristic is too subjective. And when I look at it from different lens of people, how I think we shouldn't be able to rate like the mental and physical stamina of being appropriate for the position. I don't know how you even rate that. And then exhibits composure, appearance, and attitude for the exec, like that becomes judgmental. Like, how do I rate your appearance? And then you look at different people who might be in the role. It's a slippery slope for me to be able to put a number to that, and I think it's way too subjective on that part of it.
Councilmember Chacon.
I agree with that part of the criteria, just because it's ableist to some degree, it's not trauma sensitive or culturally sensitive. So a number of things that can go into and navigate as a form of criteria that doesn't apply to their actual behavior in their job. So I agree with it not highlighting that. How can we highlight what their active and actionable deliverable steps were?
We do have that. That is how the metrics are right now.
Yeah.
Deliverables are what the metrics are right now. The templates are a tool, a mechanism to evaluate the what.
Yeah.
The what got done, but how was it done, if you will?
I'm fine with that staying, just as long as we don't become ableist of how we look at each individual's personal criteria or behavior that way, because we can't predict or discriminate based on that. If it's a tool.
Like if you say displays enthusiasm, it can creep into like if someone's not happy all the time, they're not being enthusiastic. And like that's just a slippery judgment where you're placed on if someone has a bad day or they look angry or I personally don't think we should have that. That's slippery for me.
And this is the International City Managers Association's template, so it is something that they use on that level.
Yeah.
So I'm just letting you know that.
Anybody else want to
Okay,
weigh in?
anybody? Yeah.
Councilmember Douglas?
Councilman Teeter, what was it that you weren't?
I just didn't like the part to where, the council can, it's listed in their,
Yeah, do you know where it's listed up there?
you know, I read the thing, it was saying.
I have a paper copy if you'd
I
like.
got one here ready to keep it.
Good. Thank you. Does anyone else want a paper copy?
No, I think you.
If she has any comments.
Yeah, sure. Since you work for this.
Do you have any comments you want to make?
The forms are, you're right, they're from ICMA. They are standard form templates and both the city manager and city attorney have in their contract that they would have to be agreeable to whatever you come up with. So that would be an individual meeting and executive session to make sure that they're agreeable to using the forms. I understand the question about individual characteristics. I think there might be a place for that as you are looking at very quantifiable pieces of that. So for example, if they're up in front of a crowd, are they behaving appropriately? If not, you'd have to have very specific reasons why they weren't. And it wouldn't be a one-off, someone doesn't look happy. It would be something more along the lines of, that they present professionally on a regular basis. That's what they mean by that. But I understand the concern with it also.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Kim?
I agree with what Councilwoman Chacon and what Councilman Dukes was talking about too. But I also look at, for example, number 8 supervision and the other one, number 9 regarding fiscal management. More so the fact of, okay, well, I know previously when we were actually going through his actual evaluation to put that together. I mean, we're not necessarily saying that Mr. Rogers is the one that actually prepares a balanced budget, right? Or and for me, when I look at number 8, I'll just use number 8 as an example, supervision. Instills confidence and promotes initiatives in subordinates through supportive rather than restrictive controls for their programs while still monitoring operations at the department level. How do we as council, I'm just generally asking, how do we as council know that is what something that is being instilled, like that's something that he's doing? Stuff like that. I guess that's where I'm struggling with. How can I mark that as, yeah, he's good, he's good, great, or piss poor, whatever the case is, right? I think those are just some of the things I think about, because I mean, we work directly with him and the department heads, but I mean, we don't, operationally speaking, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, that's all him and his staff. So that's all.
Ask.
Councilmember Douglas, are you finished with what you were asking?
Oh, I didn't get an answer, so,
I'm still looking.
okay.
City attorney, is there deputy?
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna ask it now, because I think what needs to happen then is this question for all of you. Is if we, the evaluation committee takes your ideas and then adapts them to this. And remember, it's just a tool. It's not like it's getting added to the metrics or anything, right? So it's a tool. Take that into consideration and then format it in such a way that hopefully reflects what you're talking about. So that we have then an executive session with the city manager and with the city attorney. There is no such language in the municipal judges, so he gets what he gets, basically. But we will reflect the same thinking in the municipal judges. It wouldn't be that he would be treated any differently anyway. But that we have the conversation in executive session because we can't make any, we can't even change the way that we evaluate in our minds because of the way these contracts are written. So we have to have these conversations. Okay, does that work for everybody?
Sure, Councilmember Kim?
You mentioned potentially recommending have another individual on the board. When is that meeting usually, if I may ask?
Well, it was kind of random. We did one at 4 o'clock to accommodate a member, and we did one at noon to accommodate a member. So the other 2 members have flexibility when it comes to meeting, more flexibility perhaps than someone who's working. So if you are interested in participating, we would work around your work schedule.
Okay, yeah, I would, if that's okay. I mean, obviously, we're not taking a vote right now, but I'm just saying, just, yeah.
I think you would have to work out with the other member who's having trouble.
Or no, it'll bring it to 4 members. That's what I'm hearing.
You're asking
Yeah.
4 members or
Pardon me?
you're asking for 4 members, additional members?
Oh,
Or replacement?
somehow so that we end up with 3. I'd rather that we wind up with 3. I'm not asking for someone to resign. I'm asking for someone to be added.
Okay.
Can any of
And any number of council members can come to the meeting
That's
anywho, but I would like a formality so that it would just be simpler if we have a formality. It also lends to ties, but that's okay.
Senator Douglas?
So this was something that the committee was overlooked for a while. And no one even really knew that they were on this committee or that it was supposed to meet until it was brought to our attention that we should be meeting. And so because of that, that's when we started meeting, but it was neglected for a very long time.
And when we do these performance packages again at the end of the year or whatever, then we will have tools to use in order to determine how we want these to read ourselves as opposed to it being one way.
And I have one more question.
Councilman
ICMA
Douglas.
stands for,
International City County Managers Association.
Councilmember Kim?
Talk about city attorney's evaluation as well. It's the same thing as we talked about with city managers to staff work. It's another section, section 3 on here too, would be the other one to look at and say, how can I know that city attorney Zarzegi is doing right by his people and all that, right? That's another general statement.
Yeah. Both of them have 360s written into their contracts, so to a degree, there's some way of doing it.
I don't think I do.
No. City attorney does not, city manager does, as part of his metrics for 25.
Oh, I thought it was, oh, okay, fine, that works for me. All right,
Councilmember Teeter?
I found the goals and objectives, or goals and metrics, and that was under the attorney, so.
oh, was it attorney, not
Yeah,
the,
which
okay.
the attorney should have goals and metrics, I suppose, not the city manager.
Councilmember Douglas?
I just wanted to make one more comment. One of the reasons that this came up was because the city attorney had presented this.
Right.
To use this, and his evaluation went very well.
Yeah, I think-
smoothly.
So I
So,
think the issue that seemed to be the case was how does council convey sort of your feedback to your 3 employees, right? As opposed to us giving you a synopsis of what we think we've done. You actually have a uniform template to provide feedback to the 3 of us. So that's what we're trying to accomplish with this.
and we will lean heavily on our HR professional. The director to help us make that translation.
Yes, I'm fine with it, but, and things can be changed, not as written, but I believe if we do, with the 3 employees we oversee, it has to be acceptable to them. The terms have to be, so.
Great.
Anybody else? Does that make, I don't know, who's collecting the data?
I don't want to speak. I think what I heard was Mayor Pro Tem was saying she's going to go back to the committee and
Correct.
and change some of these things, and then you could bring it back to council, and then you would schedule an executive session.
Correct, and then maybe we can vote on, Councilmember Kim on.
Or can we open it to council members just joining in a second? 'Cause I-
Anybody can join.
Anybody's like, she just wants
a
a quorum.
formality.
Oh, to make sure that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, no more. We'll go to the next one. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Okay, private golf carts, using discussion. Let's see, 30 minutes. Is Alex here?
Yep.
Alex, Ben,
He's right outside the door.
Alex? How you doing? Good, how are you? Good. So you put the board back over there? Last week it was over here. So it's over there now.
We're keeping you on your
Yeah.
job.
Look over that.
All right, ready when you are, Alex.
All right, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. My name is Alex Manzanti. I'm a policy analyst with our City Manager's Office, and I'm here to present this discussion around private golf cart usage at Buffalo Run. So a bit of a background about this item. This item was previously discussed at the PRG Advisory Committee in September of last year. At that meeting, the advisory committee voted 7-1 to prohibit the use of private motorized vehicles at Buffalo Run Golf Course. So private motorized vehicle in this sense would be a private golf cart. And then about a month later in October, you all voted 8-1 to direct staff to study the use of private golf carts at Buffalo Run and for the city attorney to look into potential legal issues with the associated use. So part of the analysis of this discussion was looking at what other municipal golf courses around the Denver metro area allow. So staff, myself, including PRG staff, looked at 24 different public golf courses in the Denver metro area. Those locations included Denver, Aurora, Westminster, Lakewood, and Arvada, among others. Only one of those 24 courses actually allowed the use of private carts. And I want to highlight that the one that did allow that use is a semi-private club that resides on a retirement community for those that are 55 and older. So it's not really an apples to apples comparison. And that's the only evidence that we found of a course allowing private carts. Common themes for not allowing private golf carts were concerns around liability and the potential loss of golf cart rental revenue. I think it's important to look at the current state of golf cart rentals at Buffalo Run. So currently private carts are prohibited. The city does have a private fleet or a fleet that's used for rentals. The cost for 9 holes is $12. The cost for 18 holes is $17. That fee, comparably to the golf courses that we looked at, is very comparable. It's kind of right in the middle of the 24 courses that we looked at. And then the caveat to that is that annual pass holders pay a reduced fee of $10 for a cart per revenue. So that is already subsidized in that sense. Another important consideration is that over the past 4 years, golf cart rentals have accounted for nearly a quarter of Buffalo Run's annual golf operations revenue. So it's a pretty sizable portion of the golf course's revenue. So the pros of allowing golf carts are fairly obvious. Convenience for residents that already own golf carts, potential savings for those that regularly play at Buffalo Run. If you're playing 50 or 60 rounds a year and you have a private cart, you don't have to rent every single time, and that can amount to a considerable amount of savings. A reduced wear on rental fleets. So if you're using your own private carts, the rental fleets, the carts within the rental fleet rather aren't getting used, potentially expanding their lifespan. And then it also allows individuals to customize their carts to suit their specific needs. So if you like to have an enclosure for inclement weather or seat heaters when you golf when it's cold, you can kind of suit the golf cart for your own needs. The cons for allowing private golf carts are listed on the slide. Liability concerns if accidents occur. We'll talk about that more in the next slide. Lack of city oversight to control cart speed, weight, and tires. That's a big one. So with the rental fleets, every cart within that fleet is the same cart. It has the same tires. It weighs the same amount. And having that lack of city control could potentially cause issues in the future if you have a cart that's too quick, moves too quickly, weighs too much, or has too aggressive of tires that can lead to course damage. There are also safety risks for improperly maintained carts. So the rental fleet obviously has oversight from the city. But if we were to allow private carts, you could have an owner that buys a cart and then never does any preventative maintenance on it. And then the final bullet point is the potential loss in rental cart revenue. So the liability concerns around allowing private carts, the city's insurance premium would not be likely to increase. That's from the city's risk manager. However, if the city were a defendant in a lawsuit where a personal golf cart injured someone, we could be using public tax dollars to defend that suit. So with that in mind, city risk management supports only allowing golf carts that are maintained by the city of Buffalo Run. That last bullet point is from one of the attorneys that worked on me for this presentation. It essentially says that the city could implement a waiver and release process, but it's not guaranteed that the city could be protect the city from all possible liability claims. PRG staff also reached out to the Associate Vice President of Risk at California State University, and he also echoed that same sentiment, saying that legal waivers really don't hold much weight in court. And he agreed with staff's assumption that only carts from the city should be allowed. This slide talks about regulations for private carts should the city pursue that option. And these are largely modeled after the golf course in Fulton that allows private carts, that is Todd Creek. So only allowing private carts within a 1 mile radius of Buffalo Run to mitigate potential parking issues. The creation of standards for private golf carts, so setting a cap on the speed, the cap on weight, the type of tires that can be allowed, a regular inspection and approval process for the course manager, and then instituting a process that shows a completed inspection to ensure that the operator signed a waiver, requiring that all private carts have valid insurance. And then finally, the creation of a trail fee to offset potential loss of golf cart rental revenue. So that's an interesting one. Todd Creek also implements as well. The cost to rent a golf cart at Todd Creek is $20 for 18 holes. That trail fee, if you have a private cart, is $18, so it saves you $2 if you use your private cart. So that would help mitigate that potential loss in revenue. And then finally, alternatives for allowing private carts. Obviously, cost is one of the biggest factors if you're for allowing private carts at the course. So for someone that, say, golfs at Buffalo Run pretty regularly but can't justify buying an annual membership, we could create a pass program that discounts repeated rentals of carts. We could also further discount cart rental fees for annual pass holders. As I said, that cost is $10, but it can be reduced further to $5 or $7. And then staff can continue by exploration of alternative rental options such as golf boards, golf scooters, etc. That is my presentation. We have staff from PRG and Human Resources here as well.
All right, tonight, since we have a lot more topics here, ask your question. I'm going to put 3 minutes. Just keep things moving.
Thanks. I brought this forward for discussion at the study session. I'm in unique position of having lived on a public golf course. And my parents lived on a private golf course. Our daughter is on a public golf course in Grand Junction, where golf carts are allowed, by the way. I did do a little bit further investigation. We got an email from a resident who had been very interested in this topic. And so I thought, well, I'm going to phone some of these golf courses myself and see what they have to say, how they do it, what their process is for doing it. And I got Todd Creek has private golf carts. Lone Tree is beginning private golf carts, I'm talking about allowing private golf carts. Lone Tree is allowing it. I spoke directly to the general manager, and he said that they're doing that because the community wanted it. They've been hearing it for a long time and decided that they wanted to do it. They had particular rules that were really interesting in terms of there was the same exact card fee that is already charged. So if the card fee is $17, then the card fee is $17 for a private cart or per person, whatever the case might be. He said that most people said that it was for the convenience, that they wanted their own private golf carts for the convenience. Tires weren't an issue at any of them that I talked to because they require certain tires, turf tires. You can't have any other kind of tire that would tear up grass. Also, the Foothills allows private golf carts, and the Meadows allows private golf carts. Fort Collins allows private golf carts on all three of its public golf courses. Those are $35 a day, which is more than the city charges, of course, for a cart fee. I know that our daughter pays the trail fee in Grand Junction. That's $1,000 a year, and they allow 100. They max out at 100. And there's people on the waiting list. I spoke to that manager because she introduced me to him, and they have a limit, as I said, of 100, and it goes to 500 are on the wait list. So it's very popular.
I put you on the list. Did you have a question for any of the staff?
Nope, I just wanted the city council to be aware of what I learned.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Councilmember Kim.
Question for you two. Carts currently on that golf course, what form of issues, if any, you guys currently have? What have you guys seen? Any issues with current carts versus, obviously, if you were to incorporate private golf carts, I mean, what are you guys thinking? I mean, just curious to know as far as from your guys's level, especially being at the golf course too, seeing these carts coming through because they rent them out, because you guys rent them out. Just trying to figure out like, what's your observations of good, bad, indifferent? I mean, have things been well with them? Have they not been well? I mean, do people mismanage them or whatever? I'm just trying to get an understanding.
So you're talking about the golf carts that we rent, the fleet
Yes.
the city owns?
Yes.
I would say in general, folks are respectful with the way that they use the rental carts. You know, there's always gonna be an occasion where somebody is not as careful or respectful as others might be. But I would say in general, folks are pretty respectful.
And have you seen a desire for want or need for, they want to have their own private golf carts on there? I mean, or is it, have you heard of that?
So I can name quickly, probably 5 or 6 individuals that have expressed some interest. There may be more. But I would say it would be limited so far to that.
Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Dukes.
You mentioned, so the question I have is around taxpayers paying for potential liabilities. That's one. And then the other question I had is around a 21% decrease in revenue. Can you talk about ballparks and numbers? Like how much will it cost the city in taxpayer dollars if there's an accident over on golf course for the club?
Do you have any insight to that?
Yeah, I don't know that we'd be able to answer. I think the one bullet was talking about, and that's applicable to any claim that would be
Okay.
brought to the city. I think what was trying to highlight was the city sued or, named as a party in a lawsuit, then obviously there's taxpayer dollars that are associated with representing the city, potentially having to get outside counsel, potentially having to settle a case or
Okay.
litigate a case. I think that was the intent of that.
And so
bullet.
it could just range in dollar amount. I mean, it could be small, it could be
It
larger,
could.
but it's taxpayers paying for it.
Yeah.
Do you have a ballpark in 21% of the decrease in revenue for? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
I don't
Yeah,
know that
so-
this line.
I can answer that. So that number was the annual revenue over the past 4 years of the golf course. So if you completely took that away, that would be the decrease. If you allow private carts and only 2 or 3 people use that private cart privilege, there could be a very minimal decrease in it. So I was just highlighting how much of a percentage of the golf course's operational revenue comes from that.
So 21% of the golf course operational revenue, right, that would be impacted.
It's from rentals, rental costs.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I'm not so concerned about the rental side of it because you could put a fee for using private golf carts and offset some of that loss, especially if it was minimal. I think my biggest concern is gonna be getting to and from the golf course in a golf cart because majority of those carts are gonna have to come down Chambers, and Chambers is unimproved in a large portion of that area. And so for me, I'm worried about the motoring public that is utilizing Chambers Road primarily right now. And if I had a private golf cart and I wanted to, how far away, if it's a 1 mile, some of those roads, without having them been widened to what our objective is from a council, without having lanes to get off the side of the road. That's more of a concern to me, is not necessarily the private cart being on the course and or paying a fee. It's how do you get to the golf course and back home from the golf course in a private cart? And I would really like to know from law enforcement aspect of this discussion, I'd really like to hear from somebody in the PD that could explain what those risks may be on our public rights of way, especially high volume rights of way like Chambers or Tower. What that kind of risk would be for us from public right of way access rather than the use of it on the course. If I lived in Buffalo Run right there and I could come out and go to the course and all I had to do was cross 112, that's not a big deal. But in my neighborhood, I see people on golf carts driving around literally down Peoria Street, and you got cars that are having to avoid 14 kids on one golf cart trying to go to 7-Eleven. That's what I don't want to see. So we're battling the problem in one part of our community. We're battling this problem in multiple parts of our community. And now we're talking about allowing it in another part of our community. I just want to make sure that we're treating everybody the same, because we have a lady that comes to our council meetings every Monday night concerned with people driving 4-wheelers and everything else. In my neighborhood, it's people, and we're not talking about golf carts like the golf court or the golf course rents. We're talking about golf carts that have been modified with truck type tires and air horns, and they're jacked up, 12 inches taller and 4-wheel drive. And so how do you regulate that? And my biggest issue again is PD and what this means to them out on the main street.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
I got the same issue that Sean has. How do you explain to the kids that they're pulling over the ones that they can catch? And telling them that you can't ride your four-wheeler. And I say, well, what about that guy? He's got a four-wheeler. It doesn't have license plates. It doesn't have, what the hell? So that's my concern also.
Manager Rogers.
I've got the chief coming in right now. Obviously, chief didn't go into a deep, or chief and PD didn't go into a deep dive analysis of this, but he'll be able to share anecdotally with you in response to the question. So I got him coming down. So if you all want to circle back to ask those questions.
Yeah, I can add something really quick to that. So my understanding is we've adopted the model traffic code. There's an amendment to the model traffic code in our municipal code that specifically speaks to golf carts being used on city roadways. And there's a number of things that need to be complied with for golf carts to be able to operate on our roadways. So, and I can go through them, but windshield headlamps, tail lamps, reflectors, stop lamps, a horn, mirrors, and there's a whole host of things that would be required if the golf cart is actually being used on a city roadway. I'm getting confirmation from our municipal prosecutor who helped draft that, but that's my understanding.
Anybody else before I go to the second round? Councilmember Douglas? Oh, wait, Councilmember Chicago.
No worries.
No,
I was
go.
gonna say, go ahead, yeah.
Oh, no, you can go ahead.
I guess my question is if we could just establish a regulation for permitting. So honestly, just have a standardization of who can ride, and maybe that can apply to ATV now too. You have to have a license, you have to have some type of waiver also
You have to
signed,
have a
is that?
driver's license to, again, this is just the model traffic code amendment language is about operating on a roadway, which is obviously different than private golf cart in a park. You have to have a valid driver's license to drive golf cart on a roadway.
So do we have a permit? Is that what you're waiting for? Is to like establish a permitting?
I'm
process?
fairly confident because I'm reading verbatim the code, but I'm asking the municipal prosecutor who helped draft the code to make sure I'm interpreting this correct.
Cause my concern is that too, and our roadways aren't as well as Highlands or other spaces like that not that we don't maintain them, they have issues going on more than other cities. So my concern is that too. It's like, how do we actually get these golf carts to there? And there are gonna be people that are going to press that. So I'm okay with having golf carts, but as long as it's permitted and waivers, cause I am really concerned about liability, especially with traffic accidents, honestly.
Councilmember Douglas?
So I did take the time to read the entire email that was sent out to us by an assumed member of the Parks and Rec committee. Yeah, and says, please compare the September presentation to the one you are about to hear. Well, I went back and looked. There was no presentation posted. It was just saying that there was going to be a presentation by a member of staff. So there was no way that I could compare those two. And I just want to acknowledge that I've experienced the same kind of feeling sometimes when it seems like the decision has already been made and you're coaxing whoever is voting to see things in a certain way, so the vote is taken that way. And I just want to acknowledge that happens and it shouldn't happen. He felt like he was not allowed to ask the questions that he wanted to ask. And in my opinion, that's not right. As a member of the committee, or even as someone from the public who's speaking in citizens communication or whatever, public comment, which is supposed to happen in all the different commission meetings, that should be allowed to happen. And I also felt like the rebuttals from the things that were mentioned in this particular presentation were valid. I mean, there are ways to work around things if you take the time to do that. And, you know, we don't know how many people there are who would really like to use their own golf carts in the area. We should find that out and find out what is best going to serve the community. And, you know, I wanted to be able to say all of that because I think it's really important if we're going to serve our citizens. Now, if it has to be where you can't drive golf carts down Chambers because it's not safe, then we put that into policy or ordinance or whatever it is that we need to do. But there are ways to come up with solutions that will satisfy everyone and keep our community members happy. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Before I go on, Chief was called down to answer some questions about golf carts on the street. So Manager Roger, did you have questions proposed for him or?
No, I think just for him to be able to follow up on the question that was raised by Councilmember Ford and obviously then, you know, seconded by or continued by Councilmember Teeter and obviously Councilmember Chacon about the concerns of what would it mean from a police perspective, the impacts on their operations, on their ability to enforce with having golf carts trying to traverse Chambers and other roadways to get to the golf course.
That question. We're in a study session, so we don't allow any comments by anybody.
I just want to answer one question. It's in the city
Well, no,
code.
we can't. Okay. Start with
45 students. Not allowed.
Well, I appreciate the question. You know, the provision that looks at golf carts on public right of way is under the low speed electric vehicle. So to have it allowed on a public right of way, it has to meet a number of different safety features that any other vehicle would have. So it has to have a windshield, it has to have wipers, I think it has to have headlights, taillights, a number of different safety features that are had by every other motor vehicle out there. But there are also speed limitations with regard to where a golf cart or a low-speed electric vehicle can travel. So depending on the speed limit, that would dictate the roadway. You know, we wouldn't see a low-speed electric vehicle up on the interstate. Those speeds would be too fast. But there certainly are areas of the city where one would be allowed, provided it met the provisions for the low-speed electric vehicles. Now, whether I would personally take one out on Tower Road, no, I'd like to come home. But
any questions for the chief? Councilmember Dukes, do you have a question for the chief?
I don't have a question for, but I have a comment after, if you have a question for the chief.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, you know, that's been my biggest concern with this. My son has a golf cart. Problem is, it goes 60 miles an hour, you know, and doesn't have seat belts. I don't know if that's a provision that you have to have. And I guess where I'm going is I'm looking at it from a community-wide perspective. If golf courts are allowed in Reunion or Buffalo Run or Buffalo Mesa, any of those neighborhoods up there, are they also allowed in River Run and River Oaks and in, you know, down here in Adams Heights and places like that? And when we talk about a golf cart being allowed to be on our right of way, and I want to know how that's going to affect our police officers, given the amount of issues that we're dealing with, people driving four-wheelers and things like that down by the old high school. How does that all play a role so that we're having an equal enforcement to everybody and not allowing one use in one area and not in another area? And so I'm looking at it from wanting to hear your opinion on it from an enforcement standpoint and how it's going to make your job harder or not harder.
certainly, well, I think all of our calls, all of our actions are enforcement driven. They're calls for service related. So, you know, when we look at the universe of calls that we get, there are the four-wheeler calls, the, you know, youth on a motorcycle calls, and those are
by definition, a far lower priority than a lot of the other calls that we get. So all of that depends on, time, date, and what else is taken on, or what else the officers are doing at any given time. It can certainly add to that, but the practical reality is, some of those lower priority calls, I think we all know there's a history at times, they hold for hours, particularly if they're down south and we have the flock system or something else going off, having a busy night. We just don't get to those in the same amount of time. Now, I wouldn't say there's any selective enforcement if the cars that are stationed up north aren't on any particular call and get calls regarding golf carts. They'll probably have a better response time than some of the cars to the south, but it's not a function of selectively enforcing that. It's just a practical reality that calls for service on the board at any given time.
Councilmember Dukes.
I don't have a direct comment or question for you, Chief, but just a comment. I live a couple of things. I live next to the golf course, and off of Jasper, there's a playground and there's a school stop. And I do worry about the turn that people have to make to turn the corner. And on the golf course, it's in between the first pin and the second pin, the overpass right there. And so I have concerns around the speed of a golf cart trying to either get on the golf course there or go around where the school bus is at and the kids are being picked up. Because what the presentation was provided to the PRG was that there's a lot of modifications. There's different type of golf carts that are out there that people can use, right? And they're all, we have to get into the regulation as a city of like, you can do this or not. And I think that's a little too much for us to worry about liability wise, but also the safety of our community. The other piece is that, the email that was sent to the city council by one resident on the committee, I sit on the PRG committee as well as Councilmember Teeter. And so I got to represent the 7 other folks that didn't send an email. This discussion was had at the PRG. This discussion was thoughtful. This discussion happened over a couple meetings. And just because the end result didn't turn out the way a person may wanted it, does not mean they weren't heard, does not mean that they weren't discussed, and does not mean that staff did not invest a lot of time, whether in the PRG meeting or outside the PRG meeting. I personally took calls and had the conversation about this topic. So it wasn't that this wasn't heard. It's just, it wasn't agreed upon by 7 other members on the PRG. The last piece is that's it. The liability, the process, went through the process, was voted on, talking through the PRG itself, the 7 members that weren't able to provide feedback. And then, I just want to put that out there so folks know the other part of the story.
Okay. So I'm gonna go, since I'm gonna say that, well, first of all, we should have a map up there of the golf course that shows the neighborhood surrounding the golf course, because that's the visual right there of how carts can make it on that course. Because right now, you can't hike, you can't bike, you can't walk on the golf course over to the restaurant or for leisure. It has to be a golf course that's rented, or you walk on the trail. There's signs right there to state that. I don't have any problems with the golf cart. My situation is, what I see as a problem is the golf cart path to the golf course. And we have 2 different things. We're talking 2 different things. We're using a golf cart on a road for leisure, not a golf cart to use in a golf course. Because I would not want that golf cart with the wipers and all, lights and horns on the golf course. Okay? I've seen it with golf courses where they drive their cart to the course and then they use the facility golf cart to use it, okay? Like Todd Creek, well, they're all inclusive. They're locked in. They're not gonna come off of Highway 7 to use a golf course. You live in a neighborhood, you live in a golf course community. And that's how Union is supposed to be, and then the surrounding subdivisions other subdivisions supposed to be as well with that. And so we have 2 issues. Like I said, I don't mind the golf carts. It's just that we don't have a proper way where it's safe for them to get back and forth to the course. That's what we have to identify, and that's why if we had a map, showed a map on, it would show where you could really go through there, because as Councilmember Duke said, there are ways, or by your house, you could get to golf course, but you would have to take the trail to get there, and you're going the opposite way of traffic. That's
Yeah.
dangerous.
Yeah.
And
You're endangering yourself and other players. That's all I have right now, by 3 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I just wanted to say regarding liability, that the other golf courses that have private carts on their golf courses, on their public golf courses, that part of it out. It's not a question of how many ways can we figure out no. To me, the question is how many ways can we figure out to say yes? The liability issue is taken care of by these other golf courses. They have insurance that they ask for the owners of the carts to show. You could require that anybody who's using a cart on a public golf course needs to have golf clubs with them. So they're not just people driving around randomly, or limit, as the presentation said, to within a mile of the golf course. They're strictly for use on the golf course. People aren't taking them to the supermarket or any of that kind of thing at this point, that's for sure. The other is that just the communities that have figured it out, their cities also. The city of Fort Collins has figured it out. The county of Adams has figured it out. That's where Todd Creek is. The city of Denver has figured it out. That's where Lone Tree, Foothills, and the Meadows is. So I don't think that it's impossible. I don't think it's going to hurt revenue when you're only talking about 6 or 7 people who might be interested in it, particularly if you charge the same amount for a cart that's private as you charge for a cart that's public. There will be no loss of revenue then in that particular case. In fact, there'll be less wear and tear on the carts. So I think that it was worthwhile bringing forward to the city council. I hope that you will be willing to consider a solution as opposed to denying the concept. And that we can move forward on it.
All right. So I'm go around and ask the council for what has been already put forward to allow staff to come back and then put this on a later study session so we can come back and talk about this. Is everybody okay with that?
Can I have one more question?
Councilmember Teeter and then Councilmember Douglas.
Yeah, I just, something else the committee looked at was they took the staff's recommendations from the professionals, the golf pro out there. And his recommendation was we'd be better off without private golf carts on the golf course. And so that's something else we need to take into account.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas.
Yeah, I just want, as it stands right now, golf carts are legal on the streets, okay?
They can be if they're outfitted accordingly.
Okay, so there's certain restrictions and regulations that apply right now. Thank you for that answer.
Sorry.
I just added that. So the language that I was referring to earlier is exactly the language that the chief then stated. So that's the amended language to the model traffic code. There is a section that says, no person shall operate a golf cart or low-speed electric vehicle on a roadway that has a speed limit in excess of 35 miles per hour, except for that such vehicles may be operated to directly cross a roadway that has a speed limit in excess of 35 miles an hour. So
Question.
So I just want to highlight, yes, golf carts are allowed if they have certain parameters, but they're not allowed in every roadway. Should be obvious, but come on.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
A question for a city attorney. 2 questions, actually. One is about the risk management. Is that done through your office or is that something else?
The risk manager is through HR.
Yeah.
The risk
I'm pointing
manager.
I'm pointing at Eva behind
Eva.
Jason.
Yeah.
You're the risk manager?
I have a risk manager under me. I actually have a pretty extensive background in risk management as well.
Okay, so that's a staff person in HR is our risk manager, as opposed to an outside
Correct.
insurance company or something like that. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that information. And then the other is regarding liability. If someone goes to, say, Bison Ridge and they're in the gym and they're using the equipment and they drop a barbell on another person's foot and their own foot, might they sue the city?
Might anyone sue the city? Absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah.
So is the liability more so or the same?
To answer your question, the starting point would be, well, are we protected under the Colorado government? Yeah, right. Which if there's a claim that lies in tort or could lie in tort, then we have an affirmative defense. That would be my starting point all day with that fact pattern. Similarly, that would be my argument. The golf course setting, if someone was driving a golf cart negligently and then sue the city. Facts matter a lot, right? So it depends on the nature of if there was a golf cart that was allowed to drive on city property and that golf cart was going 70 miles an hour. I could see someone bringing a claim saying we've created a dangerous condition on city-owned property.
And what about the potential of riders on people's insurance? I don't know whether that goes to the city attorney or the HR director.
That goes to risk typically.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the other golf courses I mentioned do ask for insurance from the owner of the cart, rider or whatever. They have pretty formal documentation that they ask. I have copies of 2 different golf courses that they ask people to sign. That seems to be pretty comprehensive. Did your risk manager consider that possibility?
Yeah, you can certainly have riders, and the trick comes in how much insurance they actually have and if they're in force. So when someone would bring a lawsuit, they would very likely sue the person, but also the city, because the city would be seen as having potentially deeper pockets. If that rider was not in force or did not cover the loss, then it would be on the city.
And what if somebody is playing frisbee golf and they beam people with their frisbee as they're going around playing golf? Isn't there some sort of liability with that as well?
Yeah, like our city attorney said, anyone can bring a lawsuit,
Yeah, I
and it's
would say
always
there's-
about the risk of damage and what's, implied.
But we don't ask
liability
for a
versus
rider on
just-
people playing frisbee.
I would say that that's a very low risk of liability. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'll do it this way. We'll go around and ask. Are you okay with this going forward? Getting more questions, maybe a survey or so? Or not continue it. So I need to hear from Councilmember Douglas,
I'd like to continue it, please.
Councilmember Ford.
I need more information. I think if we allow it, that we have to, make sure that these golf carts haven't been modified and are not souped up and,
Some more information.
yeah, more information. I need much,
Yeah.
much more.
Councilmember Dukes.
I think I would trust the staff, the PRG recommendation, and in terms of liability, I worry about Heartland and Chambers, someone in a golf cart going past Heartland, it's a different liability because someone could die.
All right, no one, you, Councilmember Kim,
More information. I think we could find a balance.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Agree with Councilmember Kim. I would like to see
Councilmember Chacon.
more.
More information. I'm curious about insurance. I'm curious about like if we require them to all have insurance. I'm curious about some kind of permitting or standardization so we could have a level of safety. And then you're right, there's 2 sections to it. It's actually getting there. So if we can have more information on how the mapping, that type of things, where we can look at it. I'm sure the cities, all other cities have to do that still too.
Okay, Councilmember Teeter.
The committee's already handled it,
I know.
so,
Okay. All right, I would like to have more information. Maybe a survey or so that, and the golf course to take for residents who want to do this, see how many really want to participate in this.
I'm curious.
Then we also have to identify where they can and can't, because you can't live over on South Lawn side and drive over, because that's more than a mile.
Yeah.
Okay, so it'd have to be within, having a map to show
Safety.
how safe it is for those to be in our neighborhoods. So, Mayor Portillo.
Yes, thank you. We were provided the minutes of September 17th, 2024. And I wanted from the Parks, Recreation and Golf Committee, and I wanted to know what happened to their recommendation for using a recreation. So members of boards and commissions get Bison Ridge or Eagle Point Recreation Pass. And they suggested, it was in the minutes, that they be able to use their recreation passes at the golf course instead. And this was asked in September of last year, and I just wondered, they asked the staff to pursue it, and I just wondered if there had been any other action on that.
City Manager Rogers, has that been brought to your attention anytime?
Can't speak to that, but I know we have Chad here, could maybe.
I can
able
speak
to
on that,
outline
absolutely.
Chad?
So a couple things that we found out on that. One, at some point prior in the past years, when this was brought for boards and commissions to have an annual pass for boards and commission members, the prior city manager at that time was Mr. McBroom. The director at that time in PRG was Carolyn Keith. They had wrote a preliminary resolution to go to council somewhere along the way, and I'm not quite sure where that resolution ever made it to council for boards and commissions to get that annual pass. So that's the first hurdle that we have to get by, right? We have to get something to council to physically memorialize that. So we have to then go through the city attorney's office to get something written. Unfortunately, the city attorney's office has been short-staffed for quite some time. So they've been working really on contracts and getting those things up. Now that they're fully staffed, we've had our representative out of the city attorney's office working on that resolution. One of the things that we have found in that process also is an annual pass, individual annual pass is $200 donation to those boards and commissions. What we're hearing from the city attorney's office is, since it's a $200 donation, we have to then tax that to the boards and commissions, right? They just don't get it for free. They get it for free, but we have to tax them for that membership, the tax portion of it. So we're trying to figure out how do we tax the boards and commissions for that. And then we also have to write the resolution, get it to council, and then get that memorialized. So that's where we're currently standing with this. It's become a more involved project than we initially thought. We thought we were just gonna be able to go in, write it up, get it to you guys, but there's been some things that have come out that we just were not aware of. So we're working on those things.
And I can add to that from my side. I do recall Chad asking this question to me specifically late fall, early fall. I don't recall, I'm trying to go through my emails to recall what our last communication was, but I do know that the question was certainly posed following that PRG committee meeting. If I've dropped the ball, that's on me. But I can go back and look.
Yeah, because other people might like to make the same swap, not just Parks, Recreation and Golf.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a staff, we're supportive of it, and we let the community know that we're supportive of that. And by no means have you dropped the ball. I think you guys have just been busy, and we've been working with our representative out of PRG to get this up and going. And we've been in communication with that person as of recent to try to get this going. It's just taking a little bit of time trying to figure out how do we do the tax part and then get this resolution passed over to you guys so we can memorialize it and make it official.
And are there, maybe council, maybe Jason knows better than anyone, or you know, are there any boards, commissions, or committees or advisory committees that do not get this offer of the recreation pass?
From my understanding, all boards and commissions are offered the pass. And we would offer the golf credit to them as well, would be our.
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
Okay, and it does remind me, I think it's high time that Parks, Recreation and Golf become a commission instead of an advisory committee.
Councilmember Teeter.
I just wanted to, I remember that meeting well and everybody that sits on Parks and Rec, gets free membership to the rec center. And we had one member that said he has all of his own weights in his house. And he doesn't want a membership to the rec center, but he's being interested in one to the golf course. And that's what brought all that up. And once again, they was trying to work with it, it looked like, but.
So
Thank you very
question-
much.
So question for that, since you're here, Chad.
Yeah.
So you said the $200 credit, so would they be $200 goes against like annual pass or something, or are you just gonna limit them, so say they do get ability to play golf? Do they get like 4 or 5 rounds or 1 round a month?
Sure, good question. So how it works is the $200 is good towards a recreation individual resident annual pass, so that's $200. They can then take that $200 and purchase a family membership to the rec center if they want. And I believe that, right, like, so if that membership is $500, they get $200 off, so it's $300. The golf pass would be for the same. It's not for drop-in, like for a round. It would be for the annual membership of the golf course. So if that membership is $600, they get $200 off and they would pay $400. It wouldn't be, right, because we wouldn't do it also for like, they want to just drop into the rec center. We wouldn't hold that credit.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas.
So I'm sure that there are members of different commissions and committees that don't utilize this. Would we still be taxing them if they're not using their pass?
No, it's only if they receive the membership. Only if they
Okay,
receive.
so you track it through, they have to apply.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, we track all of that in our software system.
Thank you.
Manager Rogers.
I can weigh in on this. There's more questions. It was more just a response to you all wanting more information and just making sure that we get some expectations there. So I can wait.
Okay, any more questions for Ken? Any questions for Paul?
Thank you, Mayor. So you all have asked for more information. That's the general consensus that I'm taking away from this, somewhere in and around safe connections to and from the golf course, excuse me, not cart, by way and use of potentially private golf carts, as well as some other things internally to work with our risk. Looking at our upcoming schedule, we're pretty full on our agendas for study sessions in March and April. And then as we start to look into May, those are going to start to fill up as well. I guess my biggest question is how much of us is a priority for council in weighing to bring this back? Because once again, it's working with PD, it's working with different arms of our organization. I think I didn't get a general consensus whether or not you wanted a survey broadly for the community on input, but if there is that desire, that's a piece that we have to take into account from a timing perspective. But I think just looking at our current agendas, like I said, I wouldn't be able to look at some of the priorities that we've already identified by May, June timeframe.
Mayor Portillo.
I'd also like to be able to see, in terms of the liability issues, what other golf courses who do allow private carts do regarding liability.
Yeah.
So the ones that do, I'd like their information in terms of what their requirements are and so on and so forth. And we have 6 items on the study session agenda tonight. So are you saying that until May or June, there's 6 items on all of these study sessions going forward?
Yeah, well, right now, March, for example, 24th, we have 4 items. We have some pretty meaty items on that one. We've got the 96th Avenue underpass. We have FOP bargaining guidance. That's obviously for our Fraternal Order of Police Union and obviously discussions that we've been having with them as it pertains to their collective bargaining agreement. We have a discussion around the safety action plan. On April 14th, we have 5 items, 3 high priority items: retail leakage, dashboard, REDAC update, economic development incentive policy. We also have the Bison Ridge Bison Grill market analysis. And then we have a joint study session that evening with Planning Commission in regards to the Land Development Code update. And then lastly, on April 28th, you have your annual youth commission presentation. You have a PRG advisory committee update. You have an update on your transportation master plan. You have an E3 Q1 update that got pushed to that date. And then you have CERSA training. On average, you're looking at being able to get out of here by 9:22, 9:55, 9:50. For this item here, we had scheduled for 30 minutes, but we've gone almost 45. So robust discussion, and as we get you more information, I suspect that you'll probably have more questions or more ideas on considerations for us to be thinking about out at the golf course. So trying to make sure that we give you all the right glide path on being able to spend as much time as you need on this without maybe potentially cramming it all in. But that's where we're currently sitting. I mean, could you probably do it in April? If I'm just throwing something at a dartboard, you probably could, but something would have to come off of that April 28th agenda. Just to be able to kind of meet that space.
Yeah, I say May, however long it takes to get this information, because if we got to this point, and if that's what it's gonna take to get a really good concrete, and because this is a very important, as we see, you know, discussion, and it's gonna weigh a lot, because it's gonna put a lot on the golf course, as far as staff and all that, and if people aren't going, and they're gonna look, say, hey, they can do that, well, they don't know the parameters of around that, so we gotta make sure we educate people on. And like I said, we're talking about two different things, because I would not want to see a cart that's legal on the street be on the golf course.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, you guys, for coming in. All right, up next, carport development standards discussion, and Jeff Brown, we need development director.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So I'm following up on a request of council that was made last fall regarding permitting carports to be constructed in the city. The directive was fairly broad, so tonight I'm hoping to just brief council on what's currently allowed and explore any changes that council wants to make to the current standards so we can determine next steps on this issue. In order to do this, we'll go over the current conditions, discuss some alternatives, and determine next steps through the council discussion. First, we'll discuss what's permitted in the city, what we're seeing being constructed, and what issues we're seeing as well. So carports are currently allowed in all residential zone districts, with the exception of the R4 zone district, which is our townhome zone district, as an attached accessory structure. Detached carports, where the structure is independent of the main structure, the main home, and not attached, are currently not allowed. This was a code change that happened with the adoption of the current land development code in 2009. Previously, detached carports were allowed within the city as long as they met certain design standards that matched the color, style, and materials used in the primary home. Under our existing code, we do allow attached carports, and they can be up to 400 square feet in size, which is about a two-car garage, up to 15 feet in height, and have front and side setbacks equal to or greater than the primary structure, but no closer than 20 feet from the side, or 20 feet from the front property line, or it's a corner lot, both the front property line and the side street property line, to ensure there's adequate driveway space to the carport. They also have side and rear setbacks of 5 feet. Our standards currently have some design standards attached to them as well to ensure that the design of the carport is integrated in with the architecture of the existing home, primarily by matching materials in the roof form. Prefabricated designs and use of metal, fiberglass, and other non-congruent materials are currently not allowed. And so this picture kind of on the screen shows you what the current code allows as far as attached carports. In addition to our land development code, which is our zoning standards, the city's building codes have construction and design criteria as well to ensure that these structures are safe and structurally sound and meet minimum standard requirements such as snow and wind loads, as well as fire safety requirements. I'm not sure what's happening here. There we go. Regarding the fire safety requirements, it's kind of a standard code requirement for all structures, not just carports. But the closer you build a structure to the property line, the more resistant to fire it needs to be in order to protect adjacent properties from catching fire if the main structure or the carport catches fire. Typically, structures that are built at the property line have the most robust fire standards possible, and they have to have solid walls with no openings required on that and have materials that prohibit the spread of fire to surrounding properties. This is, and then generally it eases up the further back from the property line you get. So at 5 feet, 5 feet is kind of the minimum standard where there's typically very little restrictions about how the side of that structure could be designed for fire requirements. I'm just providing this as information. We're not really proposing to modify any building standards. These building code standards are based upon nationally and internationally adopted codes, and they've been in place for decades and are fairly common throughout the country. But they do impact some of the options that we'll probably discuss later on. So what are we seeing in the community? So these two pictures are of current homes that meet the current city standards in regards to location, size, height, and design. So they're integrated into the main structure. They have similar roof pitches, asphalt roofs, and so forth. They're still pretty basic in design, but they are coherent with the primary home.
Would all three of those meet the code?
Yes. Yeah.
It's over here also?
Yeah, this is because it's at an angle, you're not seeing it's set back 5 feet, but it's set back 5
But it
feet.
looks like it's right on the property.
Yeah, because of the angle of the picture. Yeah, if we were to move over, you would see the separation. Yeah. Great question, because we did look at that specifically because that question was brought up before. So, or the observation was brought up before. Here's some examples of structures that are not meeting our standards. So the one on the left shows a structure that is in the front setback. It's structurally kind of suspect and it has flammable materials on the roof as well, and it doesn't meet snow or wind load requirements. So this is a potentially hazardous structure for the people that are using it, but also for their neighbors. The one on the right is a much more robust structure. It's metal, it's prefabricated. It is closer to the side setback line, but it does have at least a solid thing. It's questionable whether it meets fire standards, but it certainly doesn't meet the architectural standards and is not attached to the main structure. Here's two more examples where we have these canopy shade structures that are kind of repurposed for carports. And this one particular one is also in front of the house, so it's in the front setback. These types of structures are at risk for collapse when we have heavy snows or being blown away if they're not properly anchored to the ground or with heavy winds. And if a fire were to occur, the canopy is the material that will be transported to other properties and potentially start additional fires. And then this one is kind of it looks like it's a fiberglass roof, but again, it's in the front setback. And so it's just more of a visual impact on it. Regarding code enforcement, in 2024, we've received 28 properties that had a violation for having a detached carport. Common violations include the construction of these carports without permits and in violation of the various standards within the zoning code, either with regards to setbacks or material. We also have issues with modifications to existing carports that didn't obtain permits, or these shade structures that have been repurposed for carports as well. So before I get into the alternatives, I just wanted to pause and ask if there's any questions on what we currently allow.
Do council members have questions at this point? Councilmember Dukes?
when you look at the carports and you think about like our neighboring cities, like you drive through Denver, you see some of this, and like what's the specifically detached or the ones with the canopy? Did you look at the pros and cons of why they have that and we don't? Or I guess how far
We did
back?
not do any research on surrounding municipalities as whether what they allow or not.
Yeah.
That wasn't part of this exercise, so I couldn't answer that question.
Okay.
But we could do that research.
Well, not yet. I mean, it's just something that's a question or curiosity around, or even from your experience, or, because I guess I struggle with, I understand that if you own a home and you want to provide protection for your car, but you can't afford to do an awning or an attachment. I mean, that's not, this could be costly, right?
Yeah.
And so from your experience, is that the same struggle other cities? I know you work with
I
Council
definitely think that's what's happening here in Commerce City. So I have, in the other cities I've worked in, I've not had this particular issue be a pressing problem.
Okay.
You might be observing it in Denver. I don't know if they're illegal, if there's just a lack of code enforcement or what. Couldn't speak to that, but a lot of the suburban communities that I've been working in don't have them.
You know why? Or do you have a opinion on why that is or no?
Well, they have their standards and our standards are a reflection of community expectations. And so they probably enforce on those standards more rigorously.
Oh, so you don't see
Yeah.
carports at all, detached carports in other communities?
No, you can see them. Yeah, absolutely. But I guess what I was understanding you to say is like the canopy ones, the ones that violate setbacks, you do see detached accessory carports in other communities. It's not an uncommon thing.
Councilmembers, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Jim. When the when the change occurred in 2009, was there a legacy clause written into it so that people who had carports in place in 2009 or prior to 2009 were allowed to keep their?
Yeah, that's a common standard in codes. It's called conforming or non-conforming structures, and our code has that as well.
Okay, so for anyone who has gotten a code enforcement notification whose carport predates 2009, they shouldn't be fined, they shouldn't be required to change it, they
Yeah,
shouldn't be
that's right.
required to move it.
That's
right?
correct. Yeah, so as part of code enforcement, one of the things we do check, and we're not perfect, so there are examples out there that this hasn't happened, but we do check to see if it was pre-existing. If it was pre-existing, we check to see if there was a permit issued. So the key is did they get it permitted under the previous code and does it meet the previous code standards? And if the question is yes, then there's no enforcement action needed on that property.
So they might not have gotten a permit for
Yeah.
that detached carport.
Yeah, which is, in some cases, not surprising, but we also like take a look at that as well and say, hey, if it's been here a long enough time, even under previous standards, even if we can't find record of a permit and there's no obvious life safety issues, it's not like structurally unsound or anything like that, we have discretion to not pursue things.
There must be in all of the HOA CCNRs in the north, there must be rules about detached carports because they don't exist.
Yeah, that would not surprise me, but also because most new home construction has garages associated with it. I'm actually surprised because this is a more cost-effective way of providing shelter for your cars without having a completely enclosed structure. So I'm surprised that home builders don't explore those things when they're looking for more affordable price points, but
Good point.
yeah,
Single
but
purpose.
there's probably covenants in place as well.
I'd like to hear from
You have
Councilmember
time,
Teeter.
I put you down for 2 minutes, so you still have time.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We don't have that kind of work.
No.
I just wanted to hear from Councilmember
Yep,
Teeter.
That's fine.
Because it's more common. These homes are in your area.
I could see a problem just with some of these being dangerous to the neighborhood. Knowing that we had a trampoline get rolling up into the high power lines and knocked out our power for half a day. They would do the same thing with these, some of these shelters. And other than that, I don't have a problem with them, other than it's a danger to the neighborhood. But I understand the guys, or they're wanting to take care of their cars and keep them from getting hailed on, but the hail's gonna get these cars anyway, because I've very seldom seen hail come straight down. It usually comes down at an angle, and it's gonna get them anyway from one side or the other, but it's gonna protect a lot of them also.
Are you any of these options?
So go ahead and go through your options. And
Yeah, we're prepared three options for your consideration. There's obviously variances that we can look at it on each of these, but we wanted to start with something. So the first option would be, hey, don't change it. What our code is what we expect to be developed in our community. And it's working, so we need to continue to work towards making sure that these carports are permitted and meet our standards. The second option would be to allow detached carports. Under the same standards that we currently have, minus the architectural standards. So this would allow a carport meeting the same height, size, and location and setbacks, but it could be detached from the main structure. It could be one of these prefabricated carports, as long as it meets building and fire codes, allow them to be detached and more flexible with the architectural standards. So this is not a great picture of obviously of what that would do, but it could be what these prefabricated metal carports that meet the 5-foot side setback that are at flush with the main house, and allow for an economical way for people to get shelter for their car if they don't have a garage or other means to shelter their car. And then the third option is a little bit more flexible. So allow not only detached carports with relaxed design standards, but allow them in different locations. So allow them forward of the front house, or allow them to encroach into the setback a little bit. Some of the trade-offs for this is again, the more encroachment into these setbacks, the more complex the design becomes. So it kind of takes away the flexibility for getting an off-the-shelf solution, potentially a cost-effective solution for these properties to put them on the property. So, and there's variations in between. So we just propose these for council's consideration. Obviously, there's trade-offs with these things. They tend to be community design and quality of neighborhoods, the appearance of neighborhoods versus flexibility and allowing people to do things that might be more economical with that. The comp plan doesn't really talk about carports, but we've highlighted a couple of policies in the written communications that kind of talk about appearance, but also recognizing existing character of neighborhoods as well. So it's kind of like, there's no real strong guidance in our comprehensive plan or our strategic plan as well. So with that, glad to answer any more questions, but we're really interested in hearing what council's feedback is on this. And then depending on that, we can talk about what next steps as well.
If you might go back to the alternative choices. Okay. So we'll go around and ask, what do you guys prefer, option 1, 2, or 3? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. My first home I bought in Tichy, still probably one of the nicer neighborhoods in the older part of Commerce City, all brick homes. Not that it's better than anywhere else, but construction of the homes was all brick. Almost every one of those homes had a carport. And they weren't fancy, and they surely didn't meet the 5-foot setback. My biggest concern is I drive by some of these mobile home parks along Highway 2. And literally it's blue tarps stretched between 2x4s. No, I don't want to see that. But some of those examples that you put up there, if the posts are secured to where the wind can't make it fly away, and the steel construction, you had one there, and it's not at risk of burning down. It's all steel construction. If the posts are cemented into the ground, not a problem. And, I don't want something to be out in the front of the yard that's right near the sidewalk or that's negatively impacting the visual effect of the neighborhood. But some of this in the older part of our community, they didn't have garages. And most of the people in Tichy, if you drive around and actually look, they converted the carport into a garage. It probably doesn't meet building code standards, but they still have their garage. And, you know, my biggest concern is you have this gentleman that came in, he says, I've had this carport forever, and other people are putting them up, and I'm getting hammered. I want to make sure that whatever we're doing is fair. And, you know, you can get to the point where you go, okay, you can't have anything like this at all. But drive into Lamplighter Mobile Home Park or any of the mobile home parks, because each one of those trailers that's in our community, that's where you're gonna see the biggest issue with carports. They're on those trailers, and I didn't see one example of this. So, you know, if it's gonna be here, I think it's common sense. We want it to be nice. We don't want it to fly away. We don't want it to have a negative impact on neighbors. But we allow chickens. I want to make sure that the gentleman who is like, they took my carport away. At least a process for him to be able to come forward and talk through the issues, to be able to make it right. And if he can't make it right, so that he understands why he can no longer have it. It's just the frustrating part for me is having someone come in and go, I see him over here and I see him there. Kind of like the golf cart discussion, you know? I see hot rodded golf carts in my neighborhood. They can't drive to the golf course, but they can go down Peoria Street. And, you know, at what point do we need to have a set of basic rules that say this is what you can't have and can't have? It's not if you live in a trailer park, you can have it. If you don't live in a trailer park, you can't have it. We gotta have standardized rules for everybody to follow. And we have to think rational about what we let people do and not do.
City Manager Rogers.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I think just in support, I agree with you. There's gotta be a consistent and constant practice and an application of that. I would say for the gentleman that did come and speak with you all, there had been a number of different conversations with our community development staff on process in which he could make it right. He eventually took us up on that process. He did go before the Board of Adjustments and he did get an approval for what he wanted to be able to do with that carport. So now we do have, right, we have the established processes today that he has to follow, which the staff walked him through. This conversation leads into whether or not we make additional modifications to that. But to your point, you know, we did outline those steps for him. And going forward, we'll continue to do that.
Yeah, the main thing is that we're working with people. That's what matters to me is we have a communication where you don't just have some guy gets a notice and all of a sudden he's got to go before a judge or tear his stuff down and it comes before us. I'd rather have him be able to have an avenue, just come into this building, sit down and have a rational conversation with somebody and walk away going, okay, now I understand why I can't have it. Or, hey, they let me have it if I do these things.
So,
But instead, we're missing the middle piece.
let me make this, how about we make this clear? We're only dealing with detached homes. We're not dealing with, this has nothing to do with mobile homes, right?
Well,
Because that should be
yeah,
a separate, we should
yeah.
talk about that because we have a lot of mobile homes and.
That's a whole other,
Yeah.
yeah, but the point is fair, is like.
Yeah, I
you know,
get, he makes a fair point, but tonight though,
Yeah,
we're talking about.
this potentially would impact mobile homes as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
that wasn't a part of the presentation though.
It wasn't, but it's allowed it would be allowed in all residential zone districts, so,
In that case.
yeah.
We're gonna have a
What
whole lot of
option?
people come to our council.
That's right.
is
What
that
option,
means.
what option did you, Councilman Ford?
You know, I think that I'm okay allowing detached carports. Let me look here. If they meet a basic location, size and standard, but I think design requirements are okay. If you say it can't be flammable or whatever, it has to be secured to where it can't,
Yeah.
you know, it's not just a temporary thing that you can move around. Because honestly, when you had the thing up there with the tent, I was thinking, yeah, well, when the code enforcement guy comes by, I'm gonna tell him we're getting ready for my grandkid's birthday
Yeah.
party. And we're parking under it for now. And you know what? We have a birthday party every other week, so it's gonna be up permanently. I mean, where do you wanna go with it, I guess is what I'm
No,
trying to get.
what I'm hearing is option two, and just to clarify, when we say design requirements, it's the architectural standards, not
Yeah,
the
we don't-
basic constructability standards.
Councilmember
Don't want
Douglas,
anything shoddy.
you, I want to hear your options, 1, 2, or 3, yes.
Okay. Well, as it stands, I would probably go with 2, but I know where this was all rooted from. Unfortunately, it was the approach. And we've had this discussion before with how the officers approach different situations. He was told he had to take it completely down, which he did. And then he was told that it was gonna cost him $2,000 to come back in and do it. Then they readjusted that to $200. I mean, this should have never have happened in the first place. And he came before the Board of Adjustments. I sit on that board. Why did he have to go through all that? That just did not make sense to me at all.
Yeah, so I've been listening to council over the past 6 months about code enforcement and we've been taking that input, and these are like approaches, something that we're working on internally. There's different approaches to these things that we can take, and we're gonna explore that and implement some of those changes. So I don't want to make this about that tonight, but I mean, the Board of Adjustment, we have a relief process, and that's what, if I could have gone back in time before I started, like I've been looking for this time machine for a long time. We probably would have approached the enforcement of this particular case slightly different, but the need for him to request a variance that exceeded staff's authority was always in place and always an avenue available to him. He took advantage of that. He was successful with that, and we can move forward. But I agree. In hindsight, there were different approaches to the enforcement piece of it that could have been done.
Yeah,
on
so
that. Yeah,
just.
I want you to understand where.
Yeah, and I do, and it's not a personal attack on you.
No, I
in
understand
any way.
that, yeah.
Not in any way. But what I'm saying is that people, especially in the South, need to feel like they're respected. They do.
Absolutely.
And just being a knock on the door and say, your carport might not meet the standards, but can we talk about the way that they can? And how can we work together? And how can we do it in a way that it's not gonna cost you an arm and a leg for money that you don't have to begin with? And so I'll go with option 2 to speed this along. But going forward, the way we approach things really has to change. And he should have never have had to take that down to begin with. And that should never happen again.
And you do, you can't.
Councilmember Dukes, option 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, so I want to go with option 3, because from my understanding with the pictures, some folks can't put it on the side of their house, right? Because there's no space on the side of the house, so they have to put it in front. So option 3 will allow for that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be the one that would allow for that.
For both, if they need it on the side, it'll give flexibility for both.
Yeah, or they could put it, like, you're right, there are some homes that don't have the space on the sides to build something. And so that would allow them to build it either in front, or if they had some ability to get behind the structure in the backyard too.
Okay.
as well.
Yeah, I would go for option 3, but I do want to piggyback on Councilmember Ford's comment around design requirements. I think there has to be some requirements for design, aesthetics, so there's consistency across the city, but you have flexibility in option 3 to do both.
All right, Councilmember Kim.
Option 2, but number 1, I would say that if we go option 2, we grandfather those that already have carports in. Obviously, those shelters or carports they currently have, this currently egregious, like the photo of the 2x4s looks like as a shelter. give them a deadline to say, you need to come into compliance, what we gotta do. The other one too, according to what Councilwoman Douglas had said, assist and support those to help those with carports to come into compliance, to help them get there. Permit, did you mention permit costs? There would be a permit for this?
Yeah, the permit cost is fairly minimal, for that is.
How, yeah, I
Yes,
would wanna see a
yeah.
very, very low amount if possible, because you gotta imagine how much they're spending anyways for a carport on top of that too. I mean, everything is.
Yeah.
So,
Most of the permitting fee would be use tax, so it's the sales tax on the materials that are associated with this. It's not the fee that it takes the city staff to review the time. The permit fee is pretty minimal, but the use tax is based upon the city's sales tax rate. So that's where most of the permitting fees are coming from on these types of structures. Like I wish I had the minimum, but it's usually less than $100 for the permit itself, the permit fee itself, plus the use tax. And the use tax is based upon how much they do this, but one of the things, and this is something that I think we need to communicate to the community more broadly, is that when you have that permit in hand, you get the permit ahead of time, and you go down to the Home Depot to buy your kit, you show them that permit and they don't charge you sales tax. You've paid your sales tax to the jurisdiction that rightfully is entitled to collect that sales tax. So that's something that's not known generally when it comes with permits. Yeah.
You should put that in our monthly.
Exactly.
Councilmember Tudor, you had a comment, or Councilmember Ford, you had a comment on.
Yeah,
Councilmember Kim.
on the permit thing, years ago, when I was a kid, growing up in Commerce City, there were so many issues where people didn't have storage and things were becoming junky. They had no place to put their cars. The city actually went to having a garage opportunity, build a garage, and waived all the permit fees so that people could build the garages so that they wouldn't have the junk sitting outside and things of that nature. And so it's an older area of town. People don't have the kind of incomes that they would in other areas. And if we can help them to improve their properties, I think that's great. When we talk about these carports, I think we have to it has to be clear that they're not for stores because they're visible from the roadway. I don't think it's okay for someone to use it to stack boxes and crap under, that it's for parking. And I think it's important that we identify that requirement.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter, what are your choices?
I'd say number 2 with the stipulation that it must be anchored well so it doesn't blow over into the neighbor's yard. And something they're missing on all these is they're not taking into account that snow load that comes along every 20 years or so.
Yeah.
And most of these these new ones I see going up, that snow load, if it's 1 foot of wet snow, they're all gonna collapse. Hate to say it, but I've seen it happen in the past.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon, 1, 2, or 3?
Option 2, and I agree with mostly everything everyone said. I would think about waiving fees actually for those for cost benefits, especially for communities that are already in a fixed income or low income. And being mindful about with grandfathering in a clause already that it's already there, a legacy clause, if there's a way we can help them attain that permit, waive a permit, things to help them get in that space as well. So option 2.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
What is a carport? I know that's a silly question, but does it have 3 sides and a roof? Does it have 4 posts? What kind of, is it all of the above?
Yeah, so I think we actually might have a definition in the code on carports, but generally how I would describe them are not completely enclosed structures. So they could have walls on 1 or more sides, but they aren't enclosed on 4 sides, either through the garage door or something. They're open on at least 1 side.
And how would you, where would you write in, ensuring that they're not the type of carports that might blow away?
Yeah, so that's where
Like something you'd buy. at
Yeah,
Big
that's where
Lots.
the building code and fire, the building codes come in. So our building codes have standard wind load requirements and snow load requirements. And so even these pre-manufactured structures, they come with documentation that demonstrates what they're designed to. And so they would need to at least meet the city's standard of wind and snow loads. And our standard is not really in the Front Range. We pretty much adopt the standard for the region.
And a carport is defined as a one-story structure that is attached to a dwelling unit, entirely open on one or more sides that is used by the legal occupant of the dwelling unit for parking or storing operable vehicles.
Okay, so parking or storage of vehicles makes sense.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that definition if we're gonna revise it.
Okay, no permit fees. But I'm thinking about everyone who has carports because of the very reason that you mentioned. Most of them have one-car garages, right? So what are you gonna do about all of these carports that don't meet the standards?
Yeah, so we're gonna, like, when we come across these, we do research. When was it built? When we can find, do we have a permit associated with it? Because like the central neighborhoods have developed over decades under different standards. So there's a lot of nonconformities going on in there. It's part of the charm of that neighborhood. So that's not gonna change. And so we would continue to do that approach more consistently, more customer focused way that to ensure that we're not going back and impacting pre-existing structures.
Could it be tied to whether it sells or a new renter comes in or some triggering?
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend, I wouldn't recommend going back and trying to get non-conforming conforming. It's just not worth the time and effort of the city. So, I would not recommend doing that.
So the ones that are up right now.
Yeah.
Are safe. They're not gonna
Well,
be,
the ones that are more recently erected that obviously are in violation or suspect, like structurally suspect, we will have conversations with those property owners about what their options are based upon the city council feedback and how we want to approach that. So our focus is primarily, at least since I've been here, is like, is there a health and safety issue at play here that needs to be rectified? Because that's the whole point of our building and fire codes is health and safety. And so whatever discretion we have around design or whether we have clear chain of custody about, yeah, permit's been issued or not, we have a little bit of flexibility on that. I don't think we should go after ones that might not meet the letter of the code, that we don't have complete documentation of whether they pulled a permit or not, that have been in place for many, many years. But these more shade structures, these more like ad hoc or do-it-yourself stuff that have been more recently erected, we probably would have conversations about those. So.
City Manager Rogers?
I don't want to take up the mayor pro tem's time, but I think this is just for you all, for your consideration going forward. We have a city fee directory, and in that city fee directory, there's already an allowance that's given to me in my role of being able to waive fees in partial or in whole. Now, obviously, that's done on a case-by-case basis, depending on the various hardships that are presented to the individual, whether it's financial, whether it's based on error by decisions made by the city at some point in time. So when you start to look at this, as I've been hearing, more broad base of wanting to approach it on a type of use, you're more or less you're looking at establishing more like a program than you are a clear exemption or waiver of that fee. Because then ultimately it's then the optics of somebody else coming to me and say, well, why is it being left at carports and why aren't we looking at this as at other accessory structures to the primary dwelling unit? So it becomes a little bit of a slippery slope as to where you establish a fee program for that. And the identification of that, there's justification being put behind it, and the purposeality and the reason for that. So I'd only say, just keep that in the back of your mind as you're thinking about fees and how to be able to help those that need this, given that they already have the ability to make a request to me asking for the waiver of the fee today. So just thinking about that big picture.
Okay, I'll wrap it up here. So I say number 2, and then as a legacy to make sure the folks who have it up, that they're structurally sound for like our environment, the snow, the rain, the hail. Because the ones that have the thin and all that, that's not gonna help. And I know the one that came before, not planning, Board of Adjustments, he had to have a firewall because he was next to a home.
Yeah,
The
I think the
backside of the
variance
house.
request was for 1 foot off the property line, if I remember.
And that would be an option too, right?
That would still, option 2 would maintain the 5 foot setback. So if somebody wanted to request relief from that, built into the code, the council of the current, who adopted the current code gave staff a 20%, I think it's 20% criteria, which is not much, it's like a half a foot. But anything above that, they can go and seek a relief in front of the Board of Adjustment.
Okay.
Based upon the case by case basis of what they're requesting and the circumstances of their property as well, yeah. So that doesn't disappear.
I'll go with option 2. So it's like the majority is option 2.
Okay, so one thing is we can either progress this as a standalone amendment. Option 2 should be pretty straightforward and we could get that back to council in a number of months. It would have to go to planning commission first for a recommendation. Or we could just wrap it into our land development code project and just have that in the new code moving forward as well. I don't know if there's any preference for.
What is the anticipated adoption date for the land development code update?
I think we're looking at late summer right now.
Sorry, okay.
So if you proceed independently from the land development code, right, you may have this maybe a month or 2 before you see the whole updated land development code. So in essence, we'd be working in parallel with doing it's separate, but also including in the land development code to make sure that it fits, so that it meets nicely with what we're proposing now. So once again, just something for you to keep in the back of your mind that while you can do it independently, you may not gain a lot of different, you may gain a month or 2 in getting it adopted versus waiting for the land
What's more
development.
enforceable, since we're having this conversation, just to make sure everybody complies, because you're coming to summertime, coming to these parties
Yeah,
and all that, these structures.
yeah. So we've already started to take a soft approach on enforcement of these, given council's feedback in the fall. And what that looks like is just contacting them, letting them know there's an issue here, but that council is considering changes to the code. We might come back to them and revisit that and make sure they get their permit and so forth. We could take the same approach, knowing that there's consensus here to go with option 2. We could work and do a soft approach and not necessarily issue heavy vacate, knowing that the code is going to change. We could take that approach as well.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Was the party, Sean?
Every other week. Not getting my carport up, buddy.
All right. Is the chief outside, you think?
Yeah, he's out there.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, Jeb.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. All right, chief. Mandatory vehicle impoundment ordinance. Heidi, how do you say your last name?
Adult.
Adult, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thanks for having us here tonight. And I do want to give a shout out to the city attorney's office, particularly Heidi Hubdahl, who is our police legal advisor, for her work on the consideration of mandatory impoundment of vehicles. back in December, you all approved a motion directing city staff to prepare a presentation. That's why we are here this evening. It's for the mandatory impoundment of vehicles where the officer has probable cause to believe the operator does not have a license, the vehicle's not registered, and the vehicle does not have insurance. The intent and purpose of this ordinance is to protect the public health and safety to the dangers and risks to the community, allowing a vehicle to be driven on the roadways when these three conditions are present. Operation of motor vehicles by unlicensed driver. The operation of motor vehicles is a violation of Colorado statute 422101. Unlicensed drivers can lack skill to safely drive. They lack essential knowledge. Some of them may have just not simply got a license. Some of them may have had a license but had it suspended because of too many points or driving under the influence or had their license revoked. They often lack insurance, which compounds the consequences of accidents. Unlicensed drivers are disproportionately involved in accidents and they're more likely to speed, drive drunk, and flee from accident scenes. Operating a motor vehicle without license plates. Of course, all of our vehicles are required to have license plates. License plates remain a vital, cost-effective, and readily identifiable tool for us in law enforcement. And the plates play a role in crime detection to solve serious non-traffic crimes. And finally, the third one, driving a vehicle without insurance. Compulsory insurance is mandatory under Colorado revised statute. In an accident, injured parties may struggle to obtain compensation for medical expenses if an at-fault driver lacks insurance. In an accident, uninsured drivers may not have coverage to compensate passengers for injuries or damages, and motorists driving without insurance increase the cost of coverage for all of us. Currently, Commerce City requires the mandatory impounding of vehicles under the following conditions. If we recover a stolen vehicle and the owner of that vehicle is not able to come pick it up, if the owner operator of the vehicle has been arrested and will not permit officers to park the vehicle legally, pursuant to Colorado abatement or public nuisance, if there's an active warrant associated with the vehicle for impounding, so the vehicle could be wanted in a hit and run, one could also constitute a warrant. If there is a warrant to collect the vehicle for one reason or another, or if further investigation requires the issuance of a search warrant to recover evidence, we can actually take the car and then apply for a warrant, and when the vehicle is an immediate hazard. The city allows discretionary impounding of vehicles under the following circumstances. When the owner operator has been arrested and in the officer's opinion, the vehicle could be subject to criminal mischief or theft or is a traffic hazard. When involved in a crash or other vehicle related incident where the driver is incapacitated and unable to make a reasonable decision about the disposition of the vehicle. Vehicles that an officer reasonably believes constitute a traffic hazard on any street, particularly on the interstate or freeway system, or any vehicle that is determined to be abandoned pursuant to CRS, abandonment on vehicles or abandonment of vehicles on public property, which is policy 503, abandoned vehicle violations. In Commerce City, from January 1st of last year to January 1st of this year, we wrote a total of 4,618 citations, which include at least one of those three citations. 456 of those have two or more of the foregoing offenses. Now, one of the things that prompted this presentation was an ordinance that the city of Aurora passed. We have reached out to Aurora since they passed their ordinance in September 24. According to their staff, they impounded 190 vehicles in November, 158 in December, and 137 in January. The ordinance has made a positive feedback in Aurora, according to their staff. The only negative was that their impound yard was running at a deficit because of how many cars they had. We recommend including an exception similar to Aurora's for emergency or exigent circumstances. So our recommendation is to move forward with this. The police department, anytime I'm asked to weigh in on anything here, the question I ask myself is whether or not this is going to make Commerce City safer. And I would say the answer to that question is absolutely yes. This creates a circumstance for officers where they are required to impound the vehicle. When those three key points are met, it does not eliminate their discretion in impounding vehicles in situations where one or more, but not all three of them are met. So while it does mandate some action, it does so only in those circumstances that are so pervasive that All three of these are present, and I can't think of any reasonable rational basis for not impounding a vehicle or requiring it that it would be impounded if that's the case. We tow roughly 2 to 3 vehicles a week for no insurance. City impound numbers likely won't be nearly as high as Aurora's. But depending on what they are, it can add additional 1.5 or half to 1 hour on scene waiting for a tow truck. But that depends on a variety of factors. Overall, I think it would make a fairly negligible impact on police operations and, like I said, increase the safety in the city. So with that brief overview, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Chacon?
This was like just a common requirement, honestly, so I have a couple of quick questions. If they don't, it sounds like it already is, if they don't have that standard and someone could come pick up their car, they're not seen for that you need to impound their car, are you willing to work with people in that way?
Thank you. You mean if they don't have all, well,
Yeah,
in the
if they
absence of
didn't-
this, we do that regularly. If people can get someone,
Come get their car.
you know, I would say candidly, we frequently encounter circumstances where, you know, maybe it's a number of, we'll just say poor decisions that coalesce, right? We don't need to add insult to injury by saying, you know what, now you're getting your car impounded too. If we can, you know, the circumstances are what they are and we deal with them as professionally as we can. If we can't find somebody to impound the car and they won't let us park it, then of course we'll tow it. But we're not out to add insult to injury or not work with anyone. If they can have someone come pick it up, by all means, that's preferable.
Thank you. And do you already work with the tow truck company, like directly as a contract?
We do have a contract with Mirage Towing right now that is expires this fall, and we are looking at going out to rebid that and solicit some other tow companies. My understanding is when this contract was last bid, they were the only tow company that put in for it. I don't know if that was due to some stipulations that were in the contract requiring them the company to be in the city or not. But you know, I'm very interested, kind of to your earlier point, you know, if we have to tow somebody's car, we have to tow somebody's car, but that doesn't mean we have to make the rest of their day and the whole process miserable. And so I would be very interested in finding a tow company that's not only efficient for us, but you know, can be our representatives on the back end of having people pick up their cars and doing so reasonably.
Does the car stay at the tow company or does it come to the?
If it stays in the tow yard.
Okay, and then how much is it to get your car, honestly, on average?
I do not know the answer to that.
I know.
I've never actually been towed a little bit.
It's about $250 for a 24-hour.
Really? Thank you, that was all my questions, thank you.
And just to quickly, I was here for that last contract when we went out for tow services. We had only one respondent. That one respondent was Mirage. There were independent discussions that were held with other tow companies in the Front Range, but did not feel the need to apply. Just given at the time, some of the criteria that we set out didn't make it as competitive or made it harder for them to want to come into our market. So I think to the chief's point, right, it's going back, looking at the criteria and thinking about how it opens up to having more than just one singular response come in for that.
Can I add something? And Heidi, did you get introduced when you walked in?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Sorry.
It's nice to be here.
I believe the Aurora ordinance requires all 3 of the violations to be rectified prior to being able to pick up your impounded vehicle, right? So if you're talking about
$250 a day.
$250 a day, it adds up very quickly.
Mirage is
Oh,
taking
before
advantage
I go forward, Councilmember Chacon, are you okay with the recommendation?
Yes, I would be curious about how to help with tow fees, honestly, if it's that much a day, or how to work with people to get their car back, honestly. Meeting the requirements of what they need to get their car back. So of course, like, they needed more investigating or some issues going on there. Of course, pursuing that first, but how can we also help not make it a terrible process?
Sure. Yeah, I think as far as assisting with impound fees, right? The fundamental question is gonna be, we're utilizing taxpayer dollars, what is the public purpose associated with it? It would be I think, off the top of my head, it would be a tough sell to say paying for someone's impound fees for violating the law is a good use of taxpayer dollars. That said, what we could do, I don't know, we could think about whether or not we draft the language such that it's not a requirement to fix all three of those things prior to the impound of your vehicle. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of this, though, is to get, so you kind of can't have it both ways. It's either, you know, you're pretty strict and you're getting folks to comply with the law, or you're not.
And I just add, in Aurora, you saw those numbers, they did decrease. I don't know if that's coincidental or if it's a function of people being more mindful that in Aurora, you have to have it, you know, it's hard to know what to attribute that to. But certainly over time, that has decreased and made people comply with the law.
Yeah.
And that is our goal, right? Yeah.
I did speak with the city attorney, Pete Schulte, at the CML legislative meeting over the week. He said it's going really well. He says that more than anything, you know, what he's hearing in the community is people are aware of this and they're fixing the problem before they get caught, right? Because the costs associated with having your car impounded, having to get around, and then also fixing the three things that you should have, the cost benefit analysis changes, and they're actually trying to comply upfront because there's a stick behind that. So.
Councilmember Ford, Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, so I am in full support of this. Matter of fact, if you were willing to drop it to 2 of the 3, I would still be supportive of it. We have enough problems. We need to make things as safe as we can for all of our residents. I just wanted to understand how this would impact golf carts. That was legit. If they're on our street, just saying. That's all I got.
Yeah. Councilmember Teeter.
That's, yeah, I mean, no license plates.
I don't think you have to register your golf cart, but
But maybe you should.
How does this
I don't think you get a-
impact motorhomes? With no license plates, no insurance.
Yeah. it's a big-
Well, candidly, motorhomes are a challenge for us, right? And
And people living in them.
and people living in them and when we go to impound them, one of the challenges we have right now is space in the lot and organization or a tow company that is willing and able to recover them and has a safe place to store them. We have in the past had to implement a process of what we've called impounding it in place, which is basically a fancy way of saying we're gonna leave it alone for 30 days until we, you know, or not 30 days, but we're gonna leave it alone until we can find somebody to come pick it up. Motorhomes are a challenge, but that is something that I would like to look ahead to when we go out and look at a recovery service in the fall, one that might have the space, one that might be willing to help with that. Because that is a very valid point. There are a number of those on the road. And I would say they would fall into the same category if they don't have a licensed driver, they're not insured and they're not registered, then they should be subject to this as well. The trouble for us in a practical reality is finding a tow company that is willing to come and impound them, because in situations like that, you know, if somebody doesn't pick up their car, at least the impound lot will be able to file for the title and maybe even scrap the car out for parts if it's not of much value. Somebody takes a motorhome, and those have to be destroyed. Those have a lot of chemical and there's a lot of concern when you destroy one of those, and it has to be done in a very environmentally safe way, and that is very challenging. The amount of money that we have spent in the past just impounding and then subsequently destroying some of the motorhomes that we have either impounded or found abandoned is a significant amount of money.
Chief, I think it's fair to bring up as well, the big piece that you said there, motorhomes that are not abandoned, that are occupied. And, you know, it's hard to impound when someone's living in that vehicle and or finding the time in which to find that it has actually been abandoned. So there's a lot of coordination between PD and legal as it relates to how to move forward that, but you may have some additional insights on that.
No, I think that's a great point. I mean, you know, certainly You know, I'd hate for anybody to misinterpret this as a license or direction for us to go start impounding people's homes. We certainly don't want to do that. So each one of those encounters would have to be navigated in a productive way. But I would also say if it's, depending on where it's parked, if it's you know, maybe on private property, then it's not going to be subject to some of these. So that would have to be a story yet to be written and probably very specific and nuanced to the fact pattern involved in each case.
Yeah, I have personally, on my block, I have 5 snow plows. That every time when the weather predicts that it's gonna snow, they all show up. None of them's got license plates. And they're hoping for a big snow and they haven't got a big snow in years. I mean, we just don't have them anymore.
Well, and I think part of the success that Aurora is probably having, I mean, we don't typically know by looking at a car whether or not it's insured, right? We have to make a stop for that. We don't typically know if the driver has a license or not, but
You can pretty
we
much
get
assume if
complaints
they don't have
all the
plates,
time
it's probably
with
not
regard to
insured.
some of the plates, and that might shore up a lot of those complaints as well. I think that goes to the previous point about people trying to get their stuff in order. I see every day, as I'm sure all of you do too, as you drive through the city, there are people with tags, temp tags and plates that are expired. And, you know, for those that are running the risk of having those other 2 strikes present, I think that's a good incentive for them to go ahead and at the very least get their plate registered, which would subsequently require them showing some proof of insurance for a period of time.
Councilmember Dukes,
I would-
for the ordinance.
Yeah, I'm in full support of the ordinance, to the same point around keeping our city safe, and this is gonna keep our roads and our city and our streets safe, so I'm in full support.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Douglas,
Yeah, but I'm also thinking about the people who times where a lot of people, they hit that rock bottom, they don't have any money, they can't get to a job. Yeah, so, yeah, I know somebody that recently had their car impounded, couldn't get the proper paperwork together. By the time they did, the fines had accrued so much to the point where they just let the vehicle go. It wasn't, they couldn't afford to get it out. So, yeah, we're living in the second Gilded Age here, and the people who control all our necessities to live have jacked the prices up so high that it makes it really hard for people to live every day. So, yeah, I'm in support of it because we have to be cognitive of the safety of our other constituents as well, but
thank you.
it's hard to do that.
Thank you. Yes, I'm in support of this as well. I think there should be some sort of education campaign, more like a Judgment Day situation where you one counting down, 1, 2, 3, you got 3 months to comply, and then we use our newsletter to put that out there and to say, hey, this is what's going on. See a lot of these things happen in the neighborhood. We get everybody information, maybe push it out to the metro districts, HOA, so they can get the information out to people. Social media, I mean, you guys doing a great job on social media. Get it out there, put the information at all the rec center. If there's any events leading up to that, maybe same thing, right? I'm not sure if we can do an ad or something, but it really needs to be publicized that hey, this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're giving you so much time to do it. And that's where I'm at. So I'm good with the ordinance. You got one more thing, Councilmember?
That's what you just said. I was gonna echo that. Those public awareness beforehand.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. And thank you, Heidi.
Thank you all.
Hug doll.
Nice job, Mayor.
Thanks, Heidi.
Yeah, thank you all. Thanks, Chief. Thank you. Thanks, Lee. Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
So Mayor, what we could do is, so the next step is for us to draft the actual ordinance and bring it to council. To your point about having some lead time, let me chew on this a bit, but I think what we could do is have an effective date 3 months out from passage, right? So that you actually are leading in some time prior to it being enforced.
Okay. All right, appreciate that. All right, up next is grant office update, Jenny Pillett.
Pinicello.
Pinicello. I'd like to have some pinicello for dessert, please. Women, we're at Cheesecake Factory.
Something about to get canceled.
Sounds up.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to be here tonight to provide a grant office update. To quickly recap, the grants office was established in the Finance Department in October of 2023 to centralize citywide grant efforts. Our goals are to increase grant revenue, limit exposure to any grant-related legal liability, and improve the overall efficiency and impact of programs and services funded through grant dollars. To achieve these, we have various functions as listed on the screen. Just to highlight a few, we strategically identify grant opportunities. We develop relationships with community partners so that we can submit joint applications and support their applications. We write, edit, and review applications, and we ensure compliance and provide support for required reporting. With the increased activity in 2024, this last bullet, ensuring compliance and providing reporting support, has heightened and been increasingly important. This is a 2024 grant summary. So citywide, we were awarded over $5.7 million last year across 28 successful applications, 3 of which were for technical assistance projects, and 3 of which were for in-kind grants, which were valued over $30,000. Citywide, we submitted 45 applications. It's also important to note that we did apply for and were awarded fiscal year 2025 congressionally directed spending for $850,000. This is included in the federal appropriations. However, it has not been adopted yet. So we are pending approval by the federal government in March and should know more soon. To build off the 2024 data, this is a comparison from 2023 to 2024. Grants activity has increased and heightened over the last year. We saw a 112% increase in total grant funding awarded between the 2 years, as well as 6 additional applications awarded last year. Another point of note on this is that the fiscal year 2026 congressionally directed spending applications opened today. So we are starting to collaborate with Public Works and they have a due date at the end of March. Since we met last, we've had a plethora of awards. In Q4 of 2024, Parks, Recreation, and Golf received various awards from Adams County Open Space. Our IT department received in-kind software to heighten cybersecurity. We received funding for an affordable housing planner in the Community Development Department. Our police department received funding to expand the Raven system, and our grants office received technical assistance from the governor's office to strengthen our federal applications. In Q1 of 2025, we won a federal grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Reconnecting Communities Planning Grant, and this was for an East 60th Avenue multimodal connection study, and that was in conjunction with CDOT. To conclude, I wanted to highlight our 2025 grants office efforts. The applications listed on the screen are either in progress or we are waiting for the notification of funding to be released this spring. There are many others that we are currently evaluating that are not listed on in these bullets. We typically come across new opportunities multiple times a week. So we're constantly evaluating these opportunities, spreading that information with departments, and selecting which ones that we want to put our efforts towards. In addition to the applications listed on the screen, the grants office has been exploring foundational funding opportunities due to the uncertainty of grants at the federal level. We are reviewing upcoming sustainability and environmental grants with our new sustainability manager. We have been collaborating with our federal lobbyists to make sure that we're apprised of what is happening at the federal level. And we are working with leadership to consider hiring an additional staff for the grants office, pending what happens at the federal level. We should know more in March. Thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions.
Right. Any council members have any questions? Councilmember Dukes.
A question and a comment. Great job. This is a lot of hard work. Anytime you go after grants, I think you said 48. I mean, that's a lot of writing and a lot of turnout to get some. So congrats on that. I guess my question just in general around, do you have a relationship with private foundations, or are you doing a lot of like BizNet and grant surfing that way?
We are doing a lot of, we have a program called eCivis, so we've been scanning that to find these foundational opportunities. Most of the ones that we have been looking at pursuing are a combination of both local businesses, larger businesses, as well as the nonprofits that offer opportunities here. But this is kind of a new road that we've been seeking this year, so we're still exploring it.
But no, like, what about private foundations? Like any?
We have been evaluating opportunities, but we have not applied yet or
Okay.
selected one.
Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter.
Are we in compliance with the new federal laws as far as executive orders that President Trump has passed down with DEI?
Yes, and we have been working with our grantors to make sure that we're up to date with the information that they have been providing. It has been a slower turnout, but our entire finance department is taking it step by step.
And we're sitting good right now?
Yes, we're sitting good right now.
We are waiting for information to come out. We anticipate we're hopeful a lot more information by mid to end of March. So that could change depending on what continues to come out of the federal government, but we're on top of it.
Thank you for your presentation. Those only pertain to federal, not local.
Right.
Because I think they're trying to get it where if you included state and local, that affected federal too.
Yeah.
So. We're able to know.
Most of our transportation stuff's all federal, isn't it?
Most, outside of HSIP, which is grant through CDOT, which is a pass through from the DOT.
Mayor Bolton?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I know how hard it is to do grants. It's difficult. We allocated 400,000 or so, I think, for grant assistance, I guess, another grants company to do this. What role, what's it like working with them? What role do they play in this?
Yes, we currently have a contract with FHU and they help us with our federal infrastructure grants, and they're also available for other grants as well, but we've used them on the federal level. They recently just wrote and helped us submit the BUILD grant in February. We also have 2 to 3 different grants that are supposed to be released here in the spring, such as the Chrissy grant that we've already given FHU the heads up that we will be working with them under that contract on it. We are in contact with them on a weekly basis.
Okay, and have you heard anything about whether grant funds are being held up or will be released, or what the case is?
We haven't heard anything yet. Information has been very slow to trickle out from the federal level, so we're just trying to stay apprised on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Julie.
Any other council members? Councilmember Douglas?
Why would DEI be tied to whether you got a grant or not? That seems like it's making us it's almost like extortion to me, or coercion.
I think the simple answer is that it's in the president's executive order. So, you know, you have municipalities, you have state entities all trying to digest what the executive orders mean. I do know this is a bit of a tangent, but I saw some email. Actually, Teresa's here. There's a meeting with DOLA, the Governor's Office of Federal Funds and Strategic Initiatives, and CML on this exact topic on Thursday morning. So I know finance will be there. We have a staff attorney that'll also be on that call as well.
So it's a Zoom call?
Yes.
And as a member of CML, as being part of this body, is it something that I would be able to?
I believe so. I believe it's open to anyone. But, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon?
With that being said, I know that Adams County Health Department, because they have to reevaluate how they address DEI instead of, let's say, environmental, they look at mental health or other things. Is there ways that you can partner with counties in that way too? To where we don't have the equity gaps or regulation gaps of things that are already passed in our state?
I believe that is kind of where we're looking to fill the gap from the federal level. So with our Adams County co-response grants, those are not being touched with these federal regulations. So we can move forward with those programs. So the hope is that we can identify opportunities outside of the federal level to fulfill those types of programs. Thank you.
That's okay, Ken.
Nice evening, good, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and hopefully we are successful this year. We don't know until March. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Vehicle acquisition and public works and police department. Jeffrey Bowman.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Jeff Bowman. I'm the interim director in Public Works on the operations side, which includes streets, parks operations, facilities, and fleet management. And tonight, I'm going to be talking with you about giving you an update on a study session that was presented by Jeff Maxwell back on June 26th of 23. We'll talk about some of how we moved the progress forward as far as fuel savings on the motor vehicle fuel. And I'd like to talk with you about some additional PD vehicle requests, police department and public works requests. And then at the end, provide some recommendations going forward. Oops. So on June 26th, Jeff Maxwell presented, and these are the actual bullet points from that study session. At that time, I'll kind of go through, there was a recommendation that he made to move away from leasing vehicles and moving more towards purchasing vehicles, which is exactly the road that we have been on. Also, he recommended a move towards purchasing more sustainable alternative fuel vehicles. At the time, we didn't have even any hybrids. And there wasn't a plan at that point in time to bring in any alternative fuel vehicles or move towards EVs. At that time also, the city didn't have any electric charging stations. And there was a there was backlog on orders of vehicles from 22 and 23, primarily police vehicles. They were very difficult to get. And so, but that was one of the items that he brought up. And then he talked about the idea of transitioning to electric vehicles. And I will say I wasn't an employee here yet. I did, when doing my homework before I came to work here in August, I went back and watched that study session. I thought I liked the direction this was going, so I was excited to come on board. So just get a little bit more background on fuel savings and where we are. So in April, state passed CRS 4214-103, which basically is an idling standard for the state of Colorado for vehicles. And there are a lot of exceptions in there, but the gist of it is no more than 20 minutes in any hour period can a vehicle be left idling. And there are, of course, for emergency vehicles, extreme weather, if you're doing, duty like on roadways where you needed electric or your overhead lights, those sorts of things. But that ordinance was put in place. And so historically, when you're trying to manage idling, you have to have an idea what is actually going on with your fleet. So in June of 24, working with IT department, we began installing in over 100 vehicles. We've got GPS, Verizon GPS. So we track idling. And so our supervisors in our departments get alerts when a vehicle idles for more than 20 minutes. It also allows for better route planning, speed monitoring, and that sort of thing. But in relation to what we're talking about here, we now are able to measure what's going on a daily basis for idling. So I think we moved in a good direction there. Also in 25, as of today, we have 4 public charging stations, and that includes 14 ports. at this location, MSC, and both rec centers. And those are now all active and ready to go. So looking back on our hybrid, and one of the things that Jeff talked about at the time was we're not ready for EVs yet. We don't have the infrastructure, but we need to be able to find fuel savings measures before that. So at that time, we didn't have any hybrids. By the end of 24 last year, we had 21 vehicles that were hybrid vehicles in the fleet or on order, and including 8 in the police department, which is really a testament to them to be proactive in that arena as well. And then by the end of this year, we'll have 30 hybrid vehicles and an additional 3 in the PD. And then, of course, the last thing that we've got is develop an infrastructure, charging infrastructure at the Municipal Service Center. We're working, Jenna Hahn's been working on grants for a tier 3 or level 3 fast charge station. And that really will help us be able to move towards purchasing and being able to maintain or operate full EVs. Now, here's some of the good news then. Now, I'm not going to say that all of these good numbers are because of the efforts, but certainly part of them are. I think a couple things, probably the one that really stands out is our miles per gallon has gone up from 9.7 to 10.9. A 1 or 1.5 mile per gallon increase across the fleet is very, very good. And if you look at a vehicle idling, just sitting, it's getting 0 miles per gallon. It's burning fuel at a rate of about a gallon per hour. And it's been, that's been very common throughout. But these are great cost savings or fuel management and fuel savings initiatives. So if we look at it, we have more vehicles in the fleet. Our miles per gallon has increased. The total miles driven from 24, we're at 1.48 million miles compared to 153. So is that some of the route planning? Is that, some of that that's gone into play? Or what has gone into that? I don't have that answer, but those are the actual numbers. Miles driven per vehicle, we've reduced by about 500 miles per vehicle, and we're at 6,000 miles per vehicle. And in a fairly small municipality like this, that's a good number on utilization for vehicles. And then we just have some additional fuel used, which is total fuel used in 23 was, I'm sorry, it's hard for me to see, almost 1.7 million and 1.4 last year. So our fuel use has gone down, our miles per gallon have gone up, and we've turned a lot of older, less efficient, fuel efficient vehicles and planning our routes more appropriately. So in the future, I would expect in 26, you'll see what the data is for 2025. I'll like to come back and share that. And I'm hoping that this trend does nothing but improve. So, okay. So that's a little bit of the good news. Now I've got a little bit more harbor news maybe. So in 25, you all approved the purchase of 19 vehicles for the police department. When we look back over the last few years and the struggles that we had getting equipment in, we would order vehicles would get canceled, we wouldn't get them plugged back in. And so we're really at an additional 10 vehicle deficit for PD. There's a little more math later on, but basically a marked patrol unit today, fully upfitted with lights, cages, all of the data that goes on, radios, IT implement, our docking stations, graphics, we're over 110,000 per vehicle. So they've definitely got more expensive. So we try and make sure that we get as much life out of them as we can, but we are asking for an additional 10 that were not on 2025 replacement request. So beyond that, Public Works, as we've taken a look at how we may operate our department, we looked again and see that approved additional 15 vehicles, and 2 of those are snowplow trucks for replacements, and 1 new ad for community well-being and 1 new ad for facilities. So those are the vehicles that were approved and are already in the 25 budget. There are 3 vehicles down below, or pieces of equipment really, that I'd like to present the, I guess, rationale for getting those 1 replaced and 2 added. Those are motor grader, a street sweeper, and adding a new vacuum. So let's talk about the motor grader for a minute. We don't have a motor grader in the street division, and that is fairly unusual. I tried to go back and do some history to understand what do we have, how do we get here? And it appears that prior to 22, we had a long-term motor grader lease, and that's how it was taken care of. When that lease expired, and this is, you know, I think it's pretty accurate information. When the lease expired, it was returned, and we never had a means to go back and put another motor grader into our fleet. So in 2023, we paid a contractor to do a lot of the work, and it was motor grader and equipment. This number is not accurate. I did not have time to change it. This includes all the work that contractor did, which includes street sweeping and some other things. The actual motor grader work is $167,000. It's still a substantial amount of money that we spent to have a third party do that work for us. Last year, we didn't want to do that, so we tried to find a way by renting, trying to do some longer term rentals and negotiating, but still they're about $12,000 a month, and so we're paying a lot of money. And what happens, we did that, we had a motor grader for 7 months, and so you'll use it, and then it doesn't, you know, may sit for a while, and then we may need it. But a lot of the reasons we need it, 112th, you know, east of Chambers, all of that road needs to be dressed pretty often. We've got alleys, I think we've got over 20 one-block sections of alleys in the core city that need to be dressed and taken care of. Shoulder maintenance work is certainly important, and having a motor grader in the winter, especially if it does start icing, they're invaluable. So we've been renting, we've been having third-party contractor. I feel like I would recommend that we would go and buy one. It would be a new add to the fleet. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the other 2. So the street sweeper and the jet vac are part of our stormwater maintenance crew in street division. And so we've got 6 folks that manage that. And we've gotten very aggressive, started using our cartograph by mid last year. So we're really tracking all the work that we're doing. And we have from GIS, 2,200 stormwater inlets. I believe that number is light. That I've gotten some new information today, but I'm not going to change the slide. But we go through, we inspect and we clean all of the inlets all throughout the city. And that also we do the work on detention ponds and retention ponds. And last year, we were able to clean and inspect 1,046. And those are logged into Cartograph, and those we are tracking so we can go back and show that, you know, we're doing definitely best practices in that. So right now we've got part of that stormwater crew is street sweeping. We have to be on top of after every snow event. If there's gravel down, whatever it takes, we need to maintain our routes, and we've got those posted on the city website. But we go out and we do street sweeping. Our current vac, when I go back to the inlets above, when we clean, we have a tow behind vac trailer, which is something, it's basically the size that a lot of folks would use when they're doing work in septic tanks and that sort of thing. Or if you're doing potholing, looking for buried utility lines. It's not really designed for what we use it for. We use it, it does the job, but it has no jetting capacity. So when we're out there with this crew of 6, we've got 2 folks in street sweepers, we've got the other folks running the vac truck and tracking, pulling data down, and then running, I guess, basically through the city. So we have it mapped out better than I'm explaining it right now. We have an additional $75,000 contract right now to 2 vendors for additional street sweeping, because the age of our street sweepers at their 2018s, they are breaking down fairly regularly. And but we also have enough expanse and growth that and we want to make sure that we're staying on top of it. So we do have, like most of our private Derby, all of our buildings like this location are done by third party. So the recommendation is to replace one of those 2 older street sweepers and to add one 12-yard jet vac truck, which would then allow us to do definitely increase this 1,048 inlets inspected. So our recommendations are to continue monitoring and coaching idle times, which we are working on that, and be able to provide you that data. Continue to expand our hybrid purchases, which I think you can see we're moving in that direction for 2025. We want to complete our level 3 charging station at the Municipal Service Center. That'll allow us to really expand our EV fleet. And then in coordination with that, purchase some EV vehicles and tying into the infrastructure. And then for our vehicles that we're asking to purchase, the 10 police vehicles are 1.130. And that is, and then for the public works vehicles, it's 1.55 million. And the idea then, or the plan would be for us for an approval of an ordinance, first reading on March 3rd next week, and the second reading April 7th, to use fleet's retained savings to buy some or all of those vehicles. And that's the presentation. I'm open for any questions.
Councilmember Kim.
For $113,000 per vehicle, just curious to know what type of vehicles are we talking about here that you're asking for?
So,
Specific make, model, year, whatever, I'm just curious.
So we will be getting, of the 10, I know 8 of them will be patrol vehicles on the street, marked patrol vehicles. Last year, we bought what we could get. So we have some Suburbans, we actually bought some Durangos, and we bought some Ford F-150, all pursuit rated, so they are designed for that. So that's what they would be.
So better suspension, better.
Absolutely. Brakes, the whole, they're rated for 120 mile an hour.
Councilmember Kim, if I could just add, that also includes, Jeff, the upfitting, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So it's the upfitting that's.
So the vehicle itself is 60,000.
Sure.
The upfitting is
No, I get
30.
it, yeah, police interceptors back in the day, police interceptors, I think the Ford police, I think were like, what, average, like 30,000, less than that, but then you outfit it for that other piece of it's an extra 30 to 40K, so.
They've gotten extremely expensive.
As far as the proposal that you had on there, I've got no problems with it, my opinion, so.
Councilmember Teeter.
I'm just looking at this idle time you're talking about again, with the police department. It's unreasonable to expect these guys to be out there in 90 degrees weather and having to shut their vehicles off when they're sitting patrol, that's not reasonable.
And I didn't do a good job of explaining. We put them in the white fleet. So it's
You put them in the what?
we call it the white fleet. So it's pickup trucks, it's all public works, parks vehicles, it's admin vehicles, it's inspectors for CD. We did not put those in police vehicles.
Okay.
So we're not monitoring that, although they're interested in managing their own idle time, but we're not tracking that in police, and I didn't explain that.
I'm sure sometimes they can find some shade to be in, but sometimes they
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
And I hope we're looking at, I think the vehicle standards or some of the mandates are gonna change with the new administration coming in. And as far as the electric vehicles. So I hope we're looking at both electric and gas to get the best bang for our buck.
I would say, I've been in the fleet side of things since the very early 80s on the municipal side. And I've seen 2 rounds of CNG back in the 80s and then again, 5 or 8 years ago. And so they do ebb and flow, but they do come back and they come back, more organized and with a better product. The new EV vehicles are really good vehicles, and I have to say that. The hybrid is also it's a good balance between the two, but we'll be aware of what's available and what's best. We don't want to shoehorn anybody into a vehicle that's not going to perform. Like police, we hot seat those vehicles and they need to be able to run all the time. And, so how we would use those would vary definitely. And we work with our partners to find out what's going to be our best fit. So.
That's all.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm on board. I think this is a great investment into the city.
Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I got a couple questions. First, when we go out and look at vehicles, we're getting competitive bids for replacements. Secondly, I still remember years ago when we did purchase a Champion motor grader. They convinced us that we needed to purchase a V-plow for that motor grader for extenuating circumstances, primarily 96th Avenue, because of the arsenal and the way the wind would blow across and the drifting onto 96th Avenue. I know that we've had trouble in a major snowstorm of trying to be able to open that road up. I don't know if you're looking at any attachments for this motor grader to be able to outfit it with a V-plow if you think it's necessary. We're not seeing the snow that we used to, but I was here in 82 and we all wished we would have had one then. So it can happen. Those are my main concerns, is just that we're getting a good price. I want you guys to have the vehicles you need necessary. I've seen it go back and forth about 3 different times now, from owning to leasing to owning to leasing to owning to leasing. And I don't know what's better. It just seems like it's always this shift. I can't believe that we have a public works department that does not have a motor grader with the amount of shoulder work that is required in this community. 96th Avenue, I mean, there's some major roads that have dirt shoulders that we have to maintain. So I don't know how you're getting away with that. But at the rate you were paying for renting, it makes sense that we own one. We didn't use it all the time, but when you need it, you need it. So I'm supportive. I just want to make sure we're getting the best competitive prices for this equipment that we can get.
And I don't know if the one we're getting has the attachment to mount a V-plow on the front. I would have to find that out.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, and I do know that they'll sit for years and years, but when you need it, that's all
But
it'll
you know
work.
what? They came to us and it was like, we have to have this. You don't understand.
Right.
And now it's like, okay, you've been without one for how many years? Do you really need one? I'll leave that up to you guys as professionals.
We'll do that research.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
All right, well,
No, that's right. Sorry. Any other council members? Councilmember Chacon, you okay with this?
I'm curious, how much are EV vehicles comparatively?
There, I should have prepped for that, but I didn't. They're within, I would say, 10%. And it depends. There are rebates. We don't very often get those rebates because we're a government agency. But a lot of the vendors that are on state bid have really good pricing that they get from the concessions that they get from the manufacturer. So I would say they're very competitive. They may be 10% more. It depends.
If I could just add to that too, like Jeff said, every vehicle we buy is based off of the state bid. So it's the most competitive price that we could get as an agency. And EVs are actually very competitive with passenger vehicles right now. Some of the specialized EVs are a little bit more expensive, like specialized trucks. But passenger wise, it's pretty apples to apples right now.
Are they willing to work with you for fleets?
That is the state bid.
That's the state
So,
bid.
and we're required to use that. It's called the MAPO pricing. We're required to use that as a public agency.
Yeah.
The state negotiates the best prices and they are very
out of it.
I was just curious because of the clean transportation, the ACT that passed, I think, last year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chu, do you want to add?
Yes,
Add something?
how long do we keep our vehicles before we, right now?
So it depends, there's really three major components. So you look at the age, that's one, and the age, if it's not being used very much, it isn't as big a factor. The next one's gonna be your mileage and or hours on a vehicle. And then the third component that a lot of people don't look at, but we really incorporated, and that's the life-to-date maintenance cost versus what that cost of the vehicle was originally. So when that life-to-date cost starts creeping into the 70%, it really needs to be replaced. So to answer your question, PD vehicles can be on a 3 to 4 year, sometimes 5 year, depending, and they're at 120,000 miles, depending how that goes. If we can flip them soon enough, we can take off a lot of and reuse a lot of the lighting and the emergency cages. That manufacturers change styles enough that sometimes that's difficult. But again, then back to like a parks vehicle or streets is gonna be 10 years, 100,000 miles. Some of the larger trucks were gonna be anywhere from 8 to 15 years, but it really depends on that last component is if this thing is reliability and downtime, is it really there? And what are we spending to keep it on the road? There's that breaking point.
And are the batteries gonna last that long on the electric vehicles?
So, that's a big concern for a lot of people. And if you go and you take your batteries back to the dealership, you can struggle with that. But there are a couple of shops. There's one in Colorado, in Denver area it's called Colorado Mountain Hybrid. Anyway, they'll take a battery, they'll pull it apart, they'll find the bad cells in there, put it back because what a battery like that does is it draws down to the weakest. So they'll find ways to save money where you may spend 10,000. In that case, you may spend a couple thousand and still get, extra life. It depends on the application, of course, but, and my knowledge is a little limited on that, but they are expensive and they do wear out, but there are ways to extend that life.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas? You okay
Yeah,
with the
a couple of
recommendation?
questions. The street sweeper is 7 years old. Is that typical that they only last that long? That's not very long.
No, it's actually for street sweeper, that's a high age, yeah. If I didn't.
Gotcha. The retained earnings on slide 10, that amounts to 2,685,000. Can you explain the returned earnings, where that comes from?
Teresa, you
Yeah,
could.
absolutely. Retained earnings in an internal service fund like the fleet fund is the same thing as fund balance and the general fund equivalent. Currently, we have about $10 million in the fleet fund and retained earnings. We do expect that to increase to about 12 million once we get through year-end processing for 2024. So based on the review of the level of current retained earnings in that fund, we feel confident with the recommendation of funding these vehicle and equipment requests out of the fleet retained earnings.
Can you give me a simple definition of returned earnings? I'm not getting it.
It's essentially savings, so accumulated savings within the fund over years.
Okay.
The purpose of the retained earnings is each year, every department is charged an allocation for the percentage of the fleet that is being used. They also cover the cost of maintenance, the staff cost, et cetera, and that is an allocation that we charge to each department and division. That fleet fund balance is intended to be able to replace every vehicle once it comes up on the replacement schedule. So that's how it builds up over time.
Okay. And Councilmember Kim asked my question about why those 10 police vehicles would be so expensive. That's a lot. And one of the reasons that we're not transitioning to EV as fast is because we don't have the infrastructure required to charge them and keep them on the streets.
Yeah, until this year, we really didn't have infrastructure at all. And so we have forward facing in front of the fence line for our citizens to use at our locations. And we can use that as well, but we do see there's just a lot of use going on. We really need to have behind the gate charging, and especially at a level 3 where it's going to be an effective charge, or on a vehicle we can get them turned and moved out fairly quickly. So it has been based on infrastructure and getting that in place, and that's taken longer than we thought to get done.
Is there a possibility of looking at grants for something like that that would?
So we do have grants for what's going to help support the initial EV fleet. However, that is at risk with the executive orders. So it's unknown whether or not that 121,000 is going to be there come the middle of March, which then obviously would affect our ability to deliver on the EV fleet. So I do have to preface that. So going forward from grants with the EVs is really going to get a clearer picture as we start to understand more from the federal government, and how that then also trickles down to the state.
And where did that 121 come from? Was that the money that Department of Energy?
I'm trying to remember which agency.
That was the one that Carolyn Brent from NLC made sure that we got that money. That's probably where it is, Jason.
So we got that, from the Department of Energy's
Yeah.
Efficiency Conservation Block Grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I did so good. Thank you for being on NLC.
But I think that's the one we'll have a better picture come middle of March, whether or not we will still have access to that. And we'll have a better picture whether or not the larger discussion around EVs remains the same or different and changing, and then obviously we'll have to respond accordingly.
I mean, we should, there should be no issue with flying that back or anything. That was issued to us 2 years ago.
I wish I could say that unequivocally,
Don't tell me.
but
Come on.
I think I think I can't speak for Lee, but I would say even from what we've heard from OMB or Department of Treasury, they will look to figure out how to look at canceling, rescinding, or clawing back funds that they provided.
But that was given to us 2 years ago and made damn sure that we got it.
So
Part of the challenges with grants, they don't always send you the money up front, so you can't seek a reimbursement until you've incurred the expenditure. So for some of the grant awards that we have been given, if we haven't sent a request for those funds because we haven't expended it yet, they are potentially subject to being reversed. We hope that won't happen. With the example of ARPA, that money did come to us. That was you get that all up front.
Right.
Most grants that we have been awarded don't operate
Could have
that way.
expended that money. I mean, that was money given to us that was like manifest.
Sign a contract. Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think what he's saying is, I think it's important to, yes, we have that money, but we don't have the ability or the infrastructure which is relied upon like Excel and others in order for us to be able to do so. So that, right, it becomes like the chicken and the egg, which one comes first, so that we can then put that to, be able to have that locked in, but
We shouldn't be allowing that to happen. I mean, 100, that's a nice chunk of change. So
I just raise that for awareness, and like I said, when we have to cross that bridge, we'll have that conversation with you all as council, but I think for right now, it's out there, we're aware of it, we're keeping an eye on it, and like I said, we'll address it accordingly.
it's just a little disappointing from my perspective, but is what it is. And as far as battery replacement, yes, we've already done that and we,
Pretty much comes down to a penny a mile
yeah.
with those batteries.
Yep.
Member Chacon, did you? have
Just,
something
I'm
to
sorry,
add?
I wanted to piggyback off that. Did we have a contract at all that predated this administration that will be honored? That we were part of that at all for that work? And can we fight with that contract? to get those funds.
With some grants, I would say, yes, we probably did sign a contract. However, the contract in most cases is probably very specific to indicate the reimbursement is not due to you until you have expended the funds. So the answer is possibly.
Yeah.
With this 121,000 though, I don't know specifically. I don't remember the date. So it would be a good thing for us to check, but grantors are pretty specific about this is what we're going to give you, but you're going to be entitled at this time, and we haven't expended that yet, so.
So just to add some clarification, that grant covers the final infrastructure, the actual tier 3. What the delay is we need Excel to modify the transformer. And that's the delay. So we as staff can't do much until they modify that and can supply us with the power. And then we can put the final infrastructure in place. So that's in the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you for that too.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble, are you okay with this recommendation?
Sure.
You have any comments? No, okay. Thank you, Jeff, for your presentation. I would add that, combination of level 2s and 3s over at the Municipal Service Center. Because if you got vehicles that are sitting overnight, level 2, those you charge up for 5-6 hours, and level 3. The way the batteries are, depends on the kilowatt, the batteries, those are fast chargers. They can charge within 80% in like 20 minutes. Right. So, and then I believe the state still has money for installation of chargers for municipal and county government.
I should know that, but I don't know that. I know it's been an ongoing and it's continued for years, so I would imagine that is true. They've been funding the level 2 though throughout, from my experience.
Okay. I know they have level 3 because when I was part-time council before, when we got the charger in at the Licensed Bridge Rec Center, they had, just as for municipal, county, and any county government, they did have 3. It was just a cost, like a level 3 chargers, like $80. And maybe to offset that, maybe it could be some solar on the village or so to help with that. And the other thing, if we're gonna buy a grader, we make sure that Old Mill Road, that's dirt, that gets those big, huge holes covered and graded.
We're gonna be working on that in the upcoming weeks as well. We're renting a grader to do some of that work.
All right, that's good to know.
But yes, that will
Thank you.
be on the routine process, and we're doing alleys and all that.
Yeah, appreciate that. And thank you very much for having us on the agenda, City Manager Rogers, because it makes it much better when it comes to the consent agenda that we went over this. Didn't have to worry about asking us questions for that night, and this is more of a deep dive, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, staff, for here to back up questions. All right, on to reports, review of the work schedule. I know you went over it earlier, some of it.
Yep. No real major changes, Mayor, to March 17th, as we talked about the last study session. We're still looking at an 8:55 adjournment time. With that, there may be a couple of items that get added to consent agenda based on some discussions that we've had internally. If that does come, I will share with you all at next Monday's meeting. But right now, what was attached to your agenda, I feel pretty confident that that's what you're going to see at the end of the day. April 7th.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
What about notice council business on March 17th? You don't have an item in there?
On notice council business, I'm not seeing it right now, ma'am, but if you submitted something, please let me know. We'll make sure it gets added.
I didn't submit it.
I did, and I.
Is that the sponsorship?
For, going from an advisory committee to making it.
Second that.
Okay, For EPAC? Okay, I've not seen that, but it doesn't mean I can't circle back with her and to make sure that that gets.
Yeah, because I submitted it and then I called the next day and spoke to Kim, who was going to speak to Dylan and get back with me if they had not received the form, so,
I wanted
anyway.
to second that as well.
Yeah.
That's not a problem having to add that. We've already got the time allotted already on the agenda for 30 minutes for that, so. You know, for, sake bets, if you haven't, I just got a word from Annette, it's been added and it's in the system, it's just not showing up on this, so. When we update this and when we send this in, depending on when it's been submitted, and I can't say when you all submitted it, but I suspect it was probably by Tuesday or Wednesday of last week. If it didn't get carried over or populated, that's something that we can work on, but consider that being added to the, consider that as being, it's already been added to the agenda. We've already got 30 minutes allotted for it. It doesn't change the overall time of meeting.
What's being added is making, or a conversation about EPAC being a commission? Is that-
Yeah, so it appears, Councilmember Douglas, I don't know who seconded that motion beyond, you said I don't have the form in front of me.
Councilwoman Chacon.
Yes.
And Councilwoman Chacon wanting to change the EPAC from a committee to a commission. So with that, like I said, we've already had 30 minutes pulled to the side for that. So that puts us, like I said, it doesn't change the estimated adjourn time of 8:55. Once again, we still have identified no public hearings for that meeting. So like I said, I feel pretty confident unless we get something in. Technically by the Tuesday beforehand, there's still opportunity for more notice council business to be added if any come up between now and 2 Tuesdays from now. So just to keep that in mind.
Jason?
Yes.
On that concrete flat work,
Yes,
it says resolution 30 minutes, is that also gonna be like a presentation to see what they're going to do with the flat work? What's the detail and what's the details of, because I had asked during our budget to increase that for the street, the tree lawn and for senior citizens.
assuming 30 minutes, it's probably was going to be set up as just general questions with the presentation as background materials. Just with it being pretty straightforward with the identification of what they were going to accomplish for the year. And I'm just jumping into the conversation. If there's a desire by the council to have a presentation, then obviously we would amend that to add more time.
Okay.
Because we're trying to average 15 minutes at a time for when it comes to presentations, and then leave 45 minutes for conversation with council, right? 5 minutes apiece, 9 council members, 45 minutes. So that's where we would, bring that up to an hour. So right here, we were pretty much just leaving it to the question.
Is this council okay with any more information about the tree lawns and other things, the concrete flat works since additional money was put in?
Yes.
Customer report.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up, and I had talked to Jason about it the other day. Nonprofit organizations being able to utilize Buffalo Run Golf Course for tournaments and having different pricing for different nonprofits. They get a set amount, so all of our nonprofits are treated the same before golf season comes up, because I know it has come up at different organizations and different places. Some of our nonprofits are having to utilize golf courses outside of the city, even though they're city organizations. So I want to get to the point where we could have a conversation about what those prices are, so that when we're out in the public, we can know that they're all treated the same and how we deal with that. Is there an appropriate time to be able to have something like that? Or do you need a second?
I think if there's a consensus by the council, I don't think there's an issue of adding it to notice council business. For the 17th, like I said, we have the time and the bandwidth to be able to look at that on that schedule. You all obviously, it's not gonna be an ordinance or and then I mean an ordinance or a resolution to change the city directory, because that's where we capture all of our fees, whether it's voting permit or our green fees, and how to look at whether or not to create a tiering or a system of fees for tournaments, in particular, the types of tournaments that we're holding. So the 17th, I would view as a discussion about getting more direction from you all to bring an item back to a future study session with more detailed information, but it would be appropriate for you all to have that, as we talked about, on the 17th, so that then you can have that roundtable and give me that guidance and direction and take back with my staff.
So if you hadn't noticed, Council, I'll love to second that.
Yeah, well, if there's a consensus, we won't need to do that, but the reason I brought it up is because Jason said that he had the 17th available time for notice council business.
Is the council okay with bringing that forward on those council business?
Yeah, because now's the time when they're booking these tournaments for the summertime, so they're doing it right now. Sooner the better.
So once again, we bring it up so that you all can have a more detailed conversation, give us direction. Like I said, we'll have to bring back the details and the analysis of what that looks like to a future study session. I think between now and then, we can identify what that potential future study session is for the March 17th discussion that you all have. But I think that's the best route where we're at for right now and having that next steps discussion.
Thank you.
Looking at April 7th, right now, you have two public hearings. I think that's gonna be primarily, and really the resolution 2534 is gonna be your primary discussion that evening. We've got it slated for 30 minutes. It's a resolution determining eligibility for annexation to the city of Commerce City. This is out east of E470 on the fence line of the airport off of 96 in Piccadilly. There are no other associated applications, just the determination for eligibility. Can it be annexed into the city? I think at some point in time over the course of between now and April, anticipate that you'll get a phone call from both me and the city attorney to walk you through this process, because it's a little bit different than what you all have seen in the past. Not to say that it's wrong, but just different than historically how these type of applications have come before you.
Is Gun Club the fence line?
Piccadilly.
Piccadilly's fence line?
Yes. Because on the opposite side, you have land that's owned by Denver, which is kind of outside the fence.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem though?
Yeah, I was just wondering if admin business should be longer, should be 30 minutes also, since there's 9 of us. I mean, not admin business, but reports. It only shows 20 minutes for reports.
You all average about 22 minutes on reports a night, so that's why we schedule it for 20. As
Part of the problem is that we generally don't have time for everyone because the clock is ticking down. So I'm not sure that it might be worthwhile adding some time and just factoring it in. It's only 10 more minutes.
We can throw 30 up and see how that goes and make adjustments. Obviously, I think, you know, how we get through the agenda plays a big part on what's left at the end of the night, but we can put 30 and see where that goes. That's not a problem.
Yeah, because we give everybody 5 minutes each. So there's, you know, it's good that not everyone has to speak, but.
Right. Yeah, that's not a problem. So putting that in, most of your hearing on the 7th is under consent agenda outside of those 2 public hearing items. Obviously, we still have some time. We do have an internal cutoff with our own staff about when items need to be in and when we actually start to get fully subscribed, so that we don't know that we're going to be sending you over. Right now, we're looking at 10:05 with that evening. Still early days, but April 27th. Mostly what we have on that agenda. And we can take it, the appropriate action as well. No different with concrete flat work. We can put that out of an hour for presentation and discussion for that evening. But we have mostly proclamations. We have a discussion or presentation by the court, by the meeting judge for state of the court. And then we have, our second reading of additional funding for community events.
May I can ask
Councilmember Chacon?
a question? Sorry. I think we passed it. That's why on March 3rd, are we still doing a proclamation for climate emergencies?
You mind rolling back up?
I think that was the set date for that one.
I'll have to go back and look to see if it's ready for March 3rd.
Thank
For the
you.
reminder.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. With that, like I said, back with August 21st, once again, we're talking about 2 months from now. We've already got some items starting to be looked at on the back end of staff with obviously management and executive leadership. But right now, what we have really built in is community events, a resolution authoring an MSA between the city, I can't see with what's on line 167. And then mill and overlay, I anticipate that we'll put at city and CWG. And then we have mill and overlay, which we'll put in for an hour's worth of discussion. That would bring us to 9:55 with those items as identified. The state of the court being 30 minutes. Once again, if we need to make adjustments to that, that's gonna be your first time hearing the Mimi judge for his efforts last year. So right now, it's only 30 minutes, 15-minute presentation, whether or not it's 15 minutes of questions.
So the mill overlay, that's gonna be a resolution, or is that part of the consent agenda?
That will be a resolution. I'm assuming that Public Works thinking that that's a more straightforward, that it could go on the consent. I know that you all have mostly robust discussions about mill and overlay as of the last budget session, so it's probably best to make that as a discussion and an action. No different than what we're talking about with concrete flat work. But that, like I said, brings us to 9:55 for that agenda. And that's where we kind of stand with at least the next 2 months of items. As things shift and or get added, like I said, I'll share those with you all. Just for being able to help set and manage some expectations there. Like for the 3rd, you're gonna find something on consent agenda. For March 3rd, you're gonna find something on consent agenda that relates to the loan agreement discussion that's gonna be held during the URA meeting, in which the URA entered into a loan obligation with the city at the initial purchase of the Mile High Greyhound dog track at 9.5 million. That has since increased with other obligations to the city for infrastructure improvements to 13.5. There was previous discussions had about reducing that obligation in a contributable amount towards the dedication of right of way to support the construction of a full turning movement at 62nd and Vasquez. That full turning movement is what's going to allow for the development on parcel B to occur. So looking at giving up land to support the city's goal of economic development, the URA at that time had given direction to staff to go forward and to amend that loan agreement to reduce it by 1.5 million. You will see that in the presentation materials that will be uploaded and published to you by this Wednesday. But both sides of the coin have to take action. The URA in making that loan agreement request through motion and action, and then the council accepting it on its side by resolution. So just want you to be aware that one item that will be on the agenda.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you for the high level agenda or the agendas for next couple months. It looks good to me. I just want to put it out there, and thanks for the context for next week. So appreciate it. Thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Oh, what about study session?
We can tackle that as well. Study session, I kind of went over that briefly with you all earlier today when talking about private golf carts, where we kind of stand for the next 3 meetings. Here you see March 24th. We have what actually fell off being the energy performance contract project update. We had suspected that there was probably gonna be some significant discussion around the safety action plan and the FOP bargaining guidance, and we're gonna have to probably give you some background and details because council hasn't been involved in any of those collective bargaining agreements and discussions for at least the 5-year period that I've been here. And this is the introduction of a new term and condition that hasn't been outlined and ones that we've been negotiating every other year, whether it's FOP or AFSCME as part of our employee perspectives. So in that, right now, we're slated at 8:35 PM, and the energy performance contract, in which was on your attached that has been pulled off, was actually a real Electric Schneider. And the contracts that, the contractual update that we have with them. April 14th is very much a economic development heavy discussion around retail leakage dashboard, BREDAC update, as it relates to data and materials that had been asked for us to come back. A discussion around the economic development incentive policy. This is somewhat not just from a council discussion, but something that we're driving based off of what we're seeing in response to how can we as our staff be competitive in the broader Front Range market with others and being able to attract on a number of different fronts. So we want to be able to come and have that conversation with you all in the main. And then it's really not the Buffalo Run market analysis, it's the Bison Grill market analysis. And then you have your joint study session with the Planning Commission on the LDC at 1.5 hours. So rather full night. I think all of those items are in particularly very important, particularly the economic development ones. And then on April 28th, we have Youth Commission annual presentation, PRG Advisory Committee annual update, Transportation Master Plan update, Energy Equity and the Environment Q1 update, and CIRSA training. And then May 12th, we have ICSC prep discussion, City Council meeting date discussion. I think that has been something that you all asked us to take a look at when we actually cancel a Monday meeting due to a holiday or otherwise. What are some of the other options that can be explored? Whether it's, very targeted or looking at that also very broad. So we have that slated. We have our quarterly budget update. We have a vacant building discussion, and we have energy performance contract update. I would assess that the vacant building discussion could actually be reduced to 30 minutes. Whether or not we're actually be prepared and ready to bring that forward to you all, to which then obviously the private golf cart discussion could occur on May 12th.
Could we get an update on this sent out to us? Because it only goes as far as April 28th.
Yes. Absolutely. I think with what we had published was just for the next 3 meetings, but we can send you what we have through the half or middle of Q3, excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any council members have questions? Member Douglas.
So when can we make suggestions for more study session items?
We typically try to have that on a quarterly meeting basis. I'm trying to see when we have that next scheduled. We had that next scheduled for July, where I believe on the 13th, when I was out, you all took the effort of looking at study session topics and making recommendations on where those were placed for all of Q2. We start to get into Q3 with that. So there's probably a time for us to build that back in, since I'm not seeing on there for Q3, because July is going to handle Q4. So we'll figure that out, ma'am, and I'll have to get back to you, but we'll make sure that we have that study session identifying meeting or topic on one of our upcoming ones.
Should be sometime in April.
Yeah.
April.
So we'll fit it in. It may have just slipped off of the calendar as we were slotting these in, but that's been an important discussion for us. So.
Got two that are really important.
Okay, sounds good. You know, if push came to shove, March 24th, just from a timing standpoint, since we have that, and we typically spend 15 to 20 minutes, we could tackle it there. But like I said, I'll work with Dylan and we have a meeting tomorrow, so we can talk that through.
Thank you.
All right, City Manager Rogers, any reports you want to report out on?
Yes, Mayor. You all received an update or an email from me earlier today about making some modernized and updated changes to the council communication that should help better give you all content and also details and being able to make an informed decision that will go into go live on March 17th at your regular meeting. So kudos to Dylan and his team kind of researching and looking at best practices and you know, making some recommendations based off of how I wanted us to be able to communicate with you in the broader community. Obviously, you know, what I would recommend and encourage is that as we kind of start with this new council communication, as you start to kind of get a touch and feel about it, if you got feedback, you know, we'll want to probably get back underneath that hood in 6 months, see what works, what doesn't work, and then make some accommodating adjustments. So I would encourage, you know, try it on for the next handful of meetings that we have with how information is coming across. And if you have feedback, please let me know. I think that's important to be able to share with our different departments. Couple of things also to share with you are, you know, really proud that our community wellbeing team hosted what we call the resource roundup at Eagle Point, educating 13 residents on wills, estate planning. And we did that in collaboration with Powell Law LLC. We've also held our monthly well event, which assisted 47 different residents with warm meals and medical attention. From an economic development standpoint, it's not been lost on our radar. We are still working on what we're calling a mobile food market. That's looking at food trucks, looking at being able to hold that on a consistent basis for our community and identified food deserts. We're trying to find appropriate locations, whether that's utilizing 7450 Highway 2 or other property that may be privately or publicly maintained or held. As well as still continuing to look at how to leverage Derby and its parking in the best efforts. So more to come on that. We've also working with workforce partnership stakeholders on a potential program or initiative that will cover tuition for targeted certificate programs that meet wage outcomes and align with local workforce needs. So that's starting to pick up some steam. Hopefully we'll be able to share some more details with you on that. Just kind of felt apropos talking about the golf course, golf carts. We started our golf course drainage project. You all approved that appropriation and obviously contract. I believe at the end of December, beginning of January, where we've now started that work that will last 6 to 8 weeks. So expect some closures or modifications to holes 1 and 8 while that work is being completed. And then I'll end with PD. They're hosting a coffee with a cop event titled Barbells with the Blue. And that will be set up at Bison Ridge and Eagle Point on the morning of Wednesday, March 5th next week. They want to be able to connect with community members. They want to be able to hear and address any concerns that they might be able to have and being able to have one-on-one conversations. We also have offered a women's self-defense class at Eagle Point on Saturday, March 8th. But given the amount of response that we have, we've had to actually cap that class. So we're no longer taking any additional respondents for that, but they are looking for another class based on the interest that's been received. And then, as you all know, we have the 17th Judicial District's Critical Incident Response Team, CERT. We are actually working with the Adams County Chiefs of Police on looking at the framework and the makeup of that critical team that provides support to us and others. And we've actually assigned a staff member to work on a number of their different kind of coordinator groups within that larger effort. So Why that's such significance that we've never had a previous role as such until now. So it's a good step forward for our PD to be able to be more active in that aspect. And that's my update for tonight. Yes, thank you, Cheryl. She was kicking me underneath the chair and I can't feel her kicking me, so. 2K contingency, we're actually pulling 300,000 out of that fund in support of the Potomac Street Bridge. If you all have never traversed the Potomac Street Bridge, I would tell you don't do that right now. It's one that's in extreme need of repair. This is connecting Highway 2 to the opposite side of the canal. And it's been in disrepair for a significant number of years. We've actually received state funding from CDOT in order to construct that. As we've continued to move forward with that, we've uncovered some additional improvements that are necessary and additional funding to cover that in the amount of 300,000. Once again, once this project is done, we're actually gonna have a 2-lane bridge with sidewalks and then improved pavement on both sides of that bridge, connecting to Highway 2, but also into what would be the future Aberdeen development.
Is that on 112?
That is on 112. So I wanted to make you aware of that shift so that we continue to keep that project moving forward so that we don't lose the grant funding from CDOT and are able to deliver that, given that we do have residents that do live on the opposite side of that bridge.
So you're saying the bridge that goes over 76?
Over Highway 2. So you have Highway 2 that runs you up to 112. And then you can either take a right on 112 that takes you over to Bison Ridge, or you can make a left that will take you over onto land that faces 76. But we actually have 3 or 4 home sites on that side of the bridge, on the opposite side of O'Brien Canal, that rely on this bridge for their day-to-day access. So it took us the better part of 2 years to work through an arrangement to be able to cross the O'Brien Canal with FRICO. And then with CDOT, once we had those arrangements locked in, to receive the funding to be able to reconstruct that bridge as well as roadway.
It's in Potomac, right?
Potomac Street Bridge, yep.
Because 112th. So it's on the. So it's on the east side of 76. So
It's east of 76,
It's by
yes.
where the train tracks go over, right? I mean, train tracks on that side. Was that the bridge that the vendor had property over there and?
Yes, the vendor has property over on that side in which this would be able to provide access to right now. As you think about that bridge, the land to the west, based on just its orientation, is unincorporated Adams County. It's in our growth area that if there was ever private development to occur, it would come into the city. But when you think about to the property to the east of it, it is within Commerce City proper.
So this is a safety concern.
It is definitely a safety concern and a right to access concern.
This new bridge, will it have restrictions on it, or is it gonna be just for trucks and cars?
I'd have to go back and I'd have to go back and see with Public Works what grade and weighting it's being given. But right now it is going to be a 2-lane road with the bridge and its capacity. And I think its weight limit will obviously be somewhere. I think it may be above 8,000, but I have to get that confirmed with Public Works based on the design plans.
Your Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Can you provide us with a list of the developers and companies attending on Thursday night?
Interesting that you asked that question. I asked for Jim, who's been serving as our point, to confirm that with those who are going to be in attendance, and we can definitely provide that to you.
Okay. And I noticed on the spreadsheet for development projects that there's a nearly 20-acre truck terminal on 104th. So that would be for semi trucks, right? That's a gas station, repairs, that kind of thing on 104th.
bear
Is that
with
what a
me.
truck terminal is?
Yeah, as the Aberdeen Trucking Amendment Facility, and I'm just seeing what applications have been submitted. It is a development plan, so it is an administrative approval. If you bear with me one moment, man, I'm pulling up that information. It is a truck terminal.
And that's at 104th and Peoria Parkway.
Yeah, thereabouts, yes, ma'am, just south of 104, off of, takes access off of Lima Street.
Okay. And so truck terminal is in the industrial land use planning, land development code, truck terminals.
Since this is a PUD, we'd have to crack open the Aberdeen PUD for that property. And see, and I would suspect that since it's a PUD or a development plan. Bear with me for a second.
If it's a PUD, then it's possible it should come before the city council.
Only if, and I'm confirming this, so actually I misspoke, the zoning is I2. So medium intensity industrial. So I'd have to pull up the permitted land uses, so I'm assuming that the community development department went through, looked at what was submitted and made the interpretation that a trucking terminal as what's proposed is allowed by right and can move forward with a site plan for their review and determination for approval for the.
I'd be really curious to know how many semi trucks are expected at this truck terminal. Because 104th is quite a busy street. The train is always a big issue. It's very difficult for people commuting. So.
We can definitely put that
it's
information.
kind of sad, to be honest.
Really bad. And then if you have to add trains to it, everybody's staying in for fun.
I want to add to that, I think back in 2017, that came before city council. And they're just now moving on it.
There's one.
They're just, I guess, if this is the same one, it was approved back in 2017.
You mean the zoning?
This was zoning and for that to come.
Yeah.
Because people thought it was gonna be a truck stop, but it was, it went through the process. And there was a hearing on that.
Yeah. So
If it's the same one.
yeah, if it's the same one, and like I said, we can do some history and some researching and get some answers out. If it's zoning, right, yes, they would have had a hearing. PUD permits unless they're vested, they have a 2-year window in order to pull their building permit and to start construction. So if they never took what I say actionable steps to effectuate their building permit, right, or to get a building permit and to start construction with verticality, then after that 2-year period from when it was approved at the administrative level, they would have to come back in and resubmit to the new standards that are in place. So while they may have gotten their zoning to change it from, I don't know what it was previously to I2, let's just play that out. They then have that in perpetuity. Unless they request a different change to another zone district, but then they can submit their PUD permit gets approved, their clock then starts with a 2-year gap window to be able to take action. So if we approved something on March 1st, 2025, theoretically, they have until March 1st, 2027 to get their building permit and to start construction activities before having to come back through the process. And that's outlined in our land development code as expirations on various types of applications. It's supposed to help induce taking the next step. And obviously it then also helps to ensure that we're also, if people aren't moving forward with development that is considered to be implementable, that they are then being held to the new standards in place that have been adopted.
Councilmember Dukes?
Just to comment on the the new ways to try to communicate with council. I just want to say I appreciate that. As we're looking at the different projects and things moving forward, showing how it aligns. There's a strategic plan, the council goals, everything is going to be helpful. I look forward to tinkering around with it and see how it helps us move forward. So thanks for the thoughtfulness around that.
Appreciate it.
Councilman Beck, did you have a question?
So can I ask a question about the last topic? So if this is from 2017 and they haven't moved since then, that's been
That's what I-
8 years.
Yeah, they submitted a new application. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
If they had an approval, that has gone bye-bye. And so now they've actually submitted a new application in order to,
So would that be approved administratively or is it something that would have to
Administratively.
become back before council?
it would not have to come back before council, because what they've submitted is a development plan that is based off of the allowed zoning.
Okay.
It's part of the process.
So, in that, they've submitted that application. As I look online, not finding in particularly their narrative or additional details, but once again, we have it on file. It may not just be in the system. So if there's, like I said, we can get some of that information out to you all to have.
Councilmember Kim.
But it doesn't have to be administratively approved, right? I mean, we can actually technically, council can call it back up, could they not?
No, sir.
Why is that?
The only processes that are identified for call up by council are subdivision plans. Development plans are approved administratively.
So could that be changed then?
Yes, that's
Council
part of the
decides
land
to.
development code. Okay, absolutely.
Copy that, thank you.
Could we change, oh, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Could we change it before we get the land development code in the fall?
You could, absolutely.
Okay, so there you go.
But what's the risk of changing it? Like calling everything up? What's the risk to the partners in business development?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that anybody is going to want to have is predictability and certainty to process. They don't want to have whether or not when they start a process, right? It probably will be more of an impact to those in process because they submitted applications, they made application, they expended certain monies, dollars, brought their team together based off of an expectation of what the process was outlined and hence took that risk or made a calculated risk to move forward. Changing that mid-process, kind of can communicate a number of different messages, just from a reality perspective of what's been shared. Now, if you're starting with a new project, that's creating predictability and certainty for them to understand process, but for those in it, right, they have relied on what they knew and were expecting at that time. So there's optics behind it, more or less than anything that would get us in trouble from a legal perspective. I'm not trying to speak legally, but you're not. But at the same time, it's more optics, and those optics can have damaging effects.
Councilmember Davis.
But this always leaves us in a position of being held hostage. It's like they sit on vacant land for that long. The people who did not want that there, and I remember there was the community fought against it because of the impact that they felt it would have on their neighborhoods. They've long forgotten about it because it's been 7 years. And now we could just.
Those are optics too.
Yeah, those are optics too. So yes, there's optics for the development community, business community, but there's also the community who's then stuck with it. And we keep having this happen to us. And, maybe I'm speaking out of turn as far as legalities are concerned, but we've got to do something to plug that hole in the dam because this kind of crap just keeps happening to us. And it puts us in the same position of not being able to move the city in a different direction. It's like we are stuck going down the same path that we've gone forever, and that's why we have the reputation that we have. It's very frustrating. And, you know, I just want to take this opportunity to express my point of view. Because I love this community, but we should not be held hostage like this, and we are. And it keeps happening to us.
Councilmember Strong.
We can bring it up through the land development code though, correct?
So you can make changes to the land development code as part of the update that we're doing, or you can do it independently, as what the mayor pro tem had hinted to, is that you can bring forward a direction to staff to draft an ordinance that would make development plans also callable by council. You know, I would work with Lee in his office to identify, right, there has to be certain criteria in which to be able to make that determination for calling it up. Right, it just couldn't be called up because you just didn't.
There would need
like
to be
use-
criteria for approval,
Yes.
right?
I think
That's
one of
something-
the, I'm sorry, please.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think one of the criteria should be that the inaction for 7 years, the population changes, the community changes, you have to reconsider everybody else there again. So just to assume administratively, the council changed. So I think we should be able to question when it's projects that go that long. That's really why.
And I guess where this is an interesting one is that there is no project, right? Because you have a base underlying zone district. So where you have a little bit more of a curated zoning process with your PUDs, you kind of have a more narrow scope of what they're going to want to accomplish and what they're going to want to develop. When you have a base zoning district, any and all uses within that zone district are available to that property owner. So when you think about it in that perspective, right, the development plan and quite honestly a plat are really the academic exercises of what is allowed by zoning. If there's a concern about a use within a zone district, you should be attacking the use within the zone district, not the application, in which it is really the effectuating vehicle to what a council at one point in time or a body at one point in time has said, this is allowable and this is allowable in this location. If there's concerns with that in today's world, then there should be a reinvestigation of whether or not that use based on that zoning is still applicable today, and not whether or not the site plan that's reviewing, here's how big this building can be, here's how much parking it needs, here how far it has to be set back, is trying to get at. So, you know, I would actually say you would want to probably elevate that conversation to the base zoning district and seeing whether or not that's appropriate or not. And making certain adjustments with respect to that property or others. But I would say that's a conversation that we would want to lay out for you in a much more detailed with thorough analysis.
Absolutely. Tim Noble.
Yep, thank you very much. I see on I2, it does say, subject to acceptable safeguards to control potential nuisances and hazardous effects both on and off of the premises.
For trucking terminal?
I2. You said it's an I2 zone?
Yes, but we have a land use schedule that will tell you, like for trucking terminal, that will go across and say what's permitted by right, conditional use permit or not.
I understand.
Yeah.
At the same time, I see that it says, I'm reading for the Commerce City website.
Right.
Acceptable safeguards to control potential nuisances and hazardous effects, both on and off the premises. So I think that those are important criteria to be considering as part of this, since apparently the city council cannot be part of this decision.
Right.
And I haven't had anybody say to me, What we really need in economic development is a truck terminal. And in fact, I might even suggest a moratorium on gas stations. Lakewood has put in a moratorium on gas stations. Loveland has put in a moratorium on gas stations, and there's a third one who has put, I can't remember. Pardon me? Denver. Okay, moratorium on gas stations. Because I think we really need to evaluate this as a city council on what we envision for Commerce City, what we want it to look like. And because it's getting ahead of us, as Councilmember Douglas is pointing out, and it's very frustrating because we're the ones who have to answer for it. And saying, but hey, we didn't have any part in the decision does not fly. No, it doesn't work. Trust me.
Especially when all we're allowed to do is land use.
Yeah, right. So I think we should look at that, a moratorium.
So on that, on this terminal, it was May 23rd, not May 23rd, it was back in 2017. And I didn't know if there was any stipulations back then, if there was any conditional use, but I don't think there was conditional use permit. I think it's just based on where we're located. It's gonna be located way underneath high tension wires, so it's not on the road. And then I know there was a condition too, they would have to also supply in for the funds for the intersection lights coming from their side. So there were some stipulations because they were gonna build some infrastructure in the front for mixed use, some buildings as well, not just a terminal in the back, but some buildings in front. That's my report.
Yeah, it was really a controversial issue, and when it came up that we wanted to deny it, our legal counsel at the time said, no, you can't, it's a use by right in I2 zoning. And they never acted on it, and they had many years, because I know when they got their original approvals, it was prior to me, and I'd been there since 1999 as a council member. And they were protected with the zoning that they had. And that's why they had a use by right and why it's going through the way it is. So it's not something recent that has been done. It was when
Even further.
the city was zoned here back when with straight zoning of I-1, I-2, I-3 and that stuff. So if you think you can stop it, hey, be my guest, because we tried 7 years ago and we couldn't.
And none of those houses were there before that, were they?
I think Aberdeen probably had a few. River Run was there.
You stalled it.
Yeah, you're able to stall
River
it.
Run was there. But it's one of those things where, not too much different than like Christie brought up earlier. Hey, we have this money, why can't we use it? Well, another government's stripping it away. And so I don't know what the legal consequences are for the people that own the property, that have owned it for all these years and finally have a use to develop it. I'd be interested to know what legal consequences are there for us stopping the action today.
So, yeah, I mean, I think one of the things I conveyed to city manager via email was, so first of all, this was not on the agenda, so we need a lot more background to understand, are we talking about straight zoning historically? Are we talking about a PUD zone document? We need to read the PUD zone document to understand what language there
You
is.
said it was I-2, straight zoning.
Right, but I have.
Right, sure.
So
I'd like to know.
Fair.
But I
think the
remember it coming up
synopsis
and
for
we
council-
wanted to do something.
I think the straight answer is a summary for council would probably be the most appropriate. Otherwise, I'm guessing off of not a full picture of what actually took place before.
Airport to Noble.
I would just like to suggest one other thing to everybody, is that the city manager week in review, it comes out every week, is really a worthwhile document to look at. The page is called Growth and Development. In the upper left-hand corner, there is a report. It's written in red. You click on that and you can read all of the projects in process. Not all of them will show up. It depends on if they've already been approved. But the reason I focused on this one in particular is because I had two people ask me what the fencing was on 104th.
Yeah.
And there's big equipment in there also, a lot of fencing. Turns out it apparently is a code enforcement violation also. They didn't get a permit for a fence. I wasn't asking about that. I only wanted to know what was being built there. So now I don't typically look at other wards. I look at Ward 4, but I don't look at other wards. So it's in Ward 3.
Yeah.
And that's how I ran across this one in particular, but it's well worth looking at this document every week and you know, our constituents should look at it every week also. They can sign up for that week in review and they should be looking at this stuff.
I just wanted to add too, since we have new updates, I know there was an update since then that the council passed. Had to do with any facility deals with trucking, has to have a rest area put on it. So when the truckers come in and they do exchanges or so, that drivers were able to rest. if they
12-hour
need to,
limit? Yeah.
as part of the build out when it comes to building anything that deals with logistics.
I'm not aware of that. I mean, that's not typically something that would be captured in a land development code, not to say, but I've not seen that with most of our warehouse transportation, logistics, or distribution facilities in the last 5 years.
Yeah, because we didn't have one, and I know that was brought up for the land development code to make those changes.
You mean most recently to make those changes? Yeah. You know, that's probably feedback that's being taken into account by our consultant who's doing the update, but from an existing land development code, I'm not aware of any practices for those type of warehousing type uses.
Okay, thank you.
But to Lee's point, we'll get some information, you know, clarity about base zoning, PUD permit, what's being permitted, what's the allowable process under the zoning. And we'll get that information out to you.
Yeah, sure do. City Attorney Zarzeki, you have a report?
I'll be quick. So I heard tonight there's interest in moving forward with the 3 strikes impound ordinance. We'll be drafting that and getting that before you as soon as we can. An update on the ethics code you might have seen in April is when we have that slated for first reading. There are some moving parts, so I'll be reaching out to the folks that are on the Policy and Governance Committee because we'll have to revise some of the provisions within the council policies along with it. So one, to make sure there's no gap, but also to make sure that there's not duplicate language in different places. So I'll be reaching out in the next week on that item. And the last item that I had is basically for anyone watching, we have posted a paralegal position to replace our beloved Jackie Banks. So if you want to get out the word, please do. It's on our website for job openings. It's also on the CML website and a number of other job postings. So that is it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, any city council have reports, therefore to know?
I had a meeting with representatives from Waste Management. I understand there's an RFP out for our trash pickup now, but we didn't discuss that at all, of course, because the RFP is out. Oh, which reminds me, City Manager Rogers.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought we were going to see what was going to be in the RFP, like what you were going to be asking for in terms of trash and a detailed look at the amounts that we pay on trash and for what and that kind of thing. It was discussed last year when Jenna came before us as well.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and take a look at, I remember the presentation that was made. I believe we were going to bring, and once again, we can review the tape, but it's my understanding that we were gonna bring the cost analysis, which was obviously going to be a piece once we've actually received the actual proposals back to council before taking any formal action. So we are going to get it on the street, understand what the proposals were based off of the discussion that was held with council at that meeting. And then we would have another touch point on the cost analysis and potential structure.
So you'll be
vehicle
telling
plan.
us what we currently pay?
No, they were going, so I'd have to go back. So, just keep that in mind. Because I can't recall all of the particular details, but as I remember it, staff had sought how we were moving forward, what we were moving forward, but also knowing that the conversation around the cost structure, whether we were going to continue to pay for it, whether we were going to do some hybrid or have it fully be on a fee towards the residents, which obviously wasn't one that was well supported, was not well supported by council, that was gonna come as a touch point once we understood who actually submitted to us and had them respond to that to bring that back to council. But I'd have to confirm that based off of the conversations at that time, and like I said, I just don't have that on the top of my mind now.
Okay, that would be good to look at it because I recall that we asked for the current state, how much it costs right now, what we're getting for it and that kind of thing, because we had learned that it had more than doubled in price, and so on. So anyway, and in talking with waste management person, I took the opportunity to talk about Jackie Valdez and to ask if the waste management trucks are coming down her street. I didn't presume that they were, but if they could just take a minute to remind the people at Waste Management, remind their truckers not to use that road. They're not supposed to use that road. I also met with a representative from Becknell. So another warehouse in the Nexus project. Also not high on the list of economic development that people ask for, but hopefully it will be something that will provide higher paying jobs than warehouse work. I participated in a meeting with Attorney General Weiser that Cultivando hosted for discussion of findings on Suncor emissions and enforcement. 4 county commissioners attended as well. I was invited to the SEP meeting for the Arsenal. There were 3 representatives from EPA on the Zoom call, along with CDPHE, and of course, the appointees to SEP who've been doing this work for probably 30 years, 35 years on the Arsenal. Refuge issues are big, so I'm glad that they're on our federal plan, worried about the people who work there, and we don't want bison running wild and without their rangers. There's a lot of great work going on there, I'm kidding. And that's it. Thank you.
Anybody else have any reports? Councilmember Dukes.
This week I was along with Councilmember Teeter about our PRG meeting last Tuesday. And so a part of the meeting was appointing new co-chairs. So they had new co-chairs, and it's a great group, a great committee, as they're all committed to doing a lot of great work across the city. The other part I want to report out is that I was able to participate, I guess informally, in the Sand Creek Regional Greenway pickup. I say informally because it got canceled halfway there. But because of I was there and some other residents, we still continue to pick up. And it turned into one of the things I'm trying to do was a walk about nothing, which is I'm looking at city parks and places across our city where I can walk around with neighbors and neighborhoods and talk about their challenges. And so with this particular one, we talked about the importance of, we got to think about the Sand Creek Regional Greenway. We got to talk about the entryway from Commerce City. Because there's some parts of it where we maybe put more signage and things up so people know where it's at. We also talked about the importance of housing, attainable housing, not necessarily as affordable, but there's residents who have graduated from Adams City High School who have went to highly selective colleges and have come back to live in the city, but they can't find apartments to live in the city. So this is something we really have to think about in terms of supporting our teachers, our firefighters, all our essential workers. And so that was a big discussion along the way.
Councilman Douglas?
Thank you. Start out with, I attended a zoning board of adjustments hearing, and that went really well. We reviewed 2 cases. Then I also testified at the Capitol regarding clean energy, and I did that on my own behalf, so I want to make sure that everybody knows that. I do not see nuclear as being clean energy, especially going into a DIA or a historically exploited community such as Pueblo. The people there don't want it, and they are terrified of having the Cherokee plant, Comanche plant replaced by nuclear. And so I did make sure that it was known that I was testifying in my own behalf. The next day, I attended lunch at the Well at 180 Church, and that was very well attended, great lunch, and got to talk to a lot of people, and also got to talk to 2 of our rangers, learned a lot about the homeless here. Then I attended a rally, a Know Your Rights rally at Adams City High School, and that was put on by our own Youth Commission President, Aaliyah Acevedo, and that was an incredible rally. It was really well attended and very much appreciated by the students, teachers, the administration for Adams City High School. But it was for the district, but it was attended by high school students only. The next night, I went to the DIA, or actually it was the same night, went to the DEI movie that was held at Eagle Point Recreation Center. That was also well attended. They showed the movie Harriet, and it was the second time I'd seen it, and it was very, very impactful movie and inspiring for DIA to keep moving ahead, and they're going to have another one very soon, and that will be on a Sunday at Bison Ridge. And we'll know what that movie is soon. Then I was going to attend a cultural council meeting, but was invited to the governor's mansion to celebrate Black History Month. And so I was excused myself from the cultural council meeting, but I heard that went well. Attended a Moms Clean Air Force symposium via Zoom, and that was very enlightening about how we need to move forward with making sure that we keep up the good work that we've done in the past years regarding fighting the climate crisis that we're in, and making sure that the future is a good one for our offspring. You see, and then we tried to go to the Sand Creek cleanup, but found out that it was canceled. Couldn't find everybody else who was doing the walk, and but we attempted. So that's it.
Council members. Councilmember Kim.
Saturday was the Veterans Commission's retreat, basically setting the budget for this year, along with trying to figure out how we can obtain more memberships in there. This was at the Bison Grill. Same trail that you guys went to. I want to thank Mr. Scott Van Husen for telling me about it, because it's literally right off of East 52nd Avenue and Ivy Street. trail went down there, actually went running 5 miles on there for a different reason, but I never knew about it till he mentioned it. Typically I'll go to the Dahlia Trailhead, but that's just me. But that is it, just kind of moving forward, just want to let people know there is a district accountability committee meeting happening this Wednesday. Adams 14 ESS building. It will be Wednesday and starting at 6 o'clock. But that is all I've got so far.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilmember Douglas?
I forgot, we have Ms. Brandy Valdez, who has been sitting through our meeting all night long, and she has a special invitation for everyone. And so if she could pass that out, that would be awesome.
After. All right. Anybody else? All right, I did sit in on the zoning board of adjustment just to hear the case, the Frank Martinez. And glad that he was able to get some help with his carport. It was a good outcome. And then also, I'd be honest, the Denver Metro wastewater treatment is in Commerce City. The whole, they had a zoning hearing on it. It was, I thought it was in
The
Denver.
plant is in Denver. Maybe they have an edge, but the plant, that's just like, the Cherokee
Yeah,
plant
Cherokee's in Denver.
is in Denver. But so is Metro is in Denver.
See, because when I was there, I
And we're
asked,
the other side of the fence.
and they said that it was in Adams County, it was in Commerce City. And that, because we asked, someone asked us, do they also serve Commerce City solid waste? They said yes. It serves 65 metropolitan districts.
They might serve, but I don't think the plant is in Commerce.
I think it is.
It is.
Well, they had to, well, I just found out that it was, I was surprised. I mean, next to Suncor. And I always want to bring it up because they were asked for a variance on a 150 foot or 100-foot flare. They want to put the property, so they had to come before Commerce City. Which I thought was very interesting.
Denver Water or
Denver wastewater.
Denver wastewater is asking for a flare.
So, and then that was approved. Had a Dr. Cog regional meeting, conversation oversight committee. Just getting started as far as the different committees, and figuring out who's gonna get $200 million of that money. But Dr. Cog gets her money from federal, so we'll see how that works out, okay? I also had a North Metro Mayor's meeting with RTD. I brought up the train tracks. And then as far as them being cut or so, they said they're gonna get with the city.
Okay.
And actually go out and look at the property. They have somebody who's in charge of a real estate to actually see. Cause I went over there, I'm sure you guys been over there. It's disconnected, so it just hangs there. So every time big truck goes by, it makes that noise. Not only from 68th, but as you go up, going southbound, those tracks too. I mean, it's crazy. Also attended the immigration pep, well, they had like a pep rally. The kids over there who there was a band they were playing. There was a band that was also entertaining the kids. And those kids were phenomenal as far as music and they rotated with among the students singing and it was great. And that was on Valentine's Day. Let's see. Also had a meeting with the lobbyist that talked about Nexus. And I asked several times, is this in the pipeline being brought forward to be discussed? This is, I can't not discuss this with you. They said no. And the building there, the area they want to talk about, I think was something was brought up in the last 2 years, but anyway, it is a type of warehouse. There's A, B, and C. And A is more, let's say, more innovative in the way it processed, but I believe it also is more innovative inside, so it's more, I think, on the automation side. But not so much more jobs, but it's something that the DIA, International Airport, is looking for. Some of these companies are, that type of level of building to what we don't have. And they're getting my understanding is economic development's getting 3 to 4 requests a week for that type of building. Also discuss with former college students who lived in Commerce City. They want housing, but they want housing they can purchase because they're getting taxed out of the rent. They said that right now, there's places to go rent apartments, all that, but it's just add the price. Because everywhere around us, because of Denver being a first tier city to Denver, it makes everything else much more expensive. I remember when the AMI for a family of 2 used to be $49,000, $56,000. Now it's $96,000 that you have to qualify for in order to meet those demands, which is that's double. That's crazy. So then also had a opportunity, invite for Black History to see the movie, also Harriet, and that was a movie I've been wanting to see, and then actually seeing it, and then the people who came, it was really nice to see the community. It was from the north and the south, and that was their first movie, and I would say for what movie they put on, in the visual and the quality was really great. It was inside the Eagle Point Rec Center. They had food, plenty of places to sit down, and everybody was just focused on the screen. Nobody was talking. And I thought that was great. I appreciate the city doing that. And they said they're gonna do many more later on. Also attended, the governor asked invite to go to the Black History celebration at the governor's mansion. And that was well attended. I had great conversations several times with our new Congressional District 8 Congressman Gabe Evans. And Gabe Evans said that if there are any grants that were awarded and not given to the city, he said, give him the list and he will make sure whatever department it is that he goes and make sure we get those dollars amounts, because it really should be, if you received that money in 2024 and it was already awarded to you, we should claw that back. And he said, this is his words, he said he would make sure whatever those dollars are, would make sure what agency where those dollars were coming from, we're able to get every single penny. So between meeting the mayor and then being on the United Power, I also saw him again, same thing, talked about, just the whole, and then to talk about immigration too. We have people here who are in fear of, being picked up and all those things. And he said that he understands. He said that, through his history and his parents being from Mexico and all that stuff, he understands, and he wants to help make sure those people get deported.
He wants to help those people get deported?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you
He doesn't want-
said that. I was
I'm
gonna say,
sorry.
wait a minute.
He does not want them to get deported. He wants to make sure they do not get deported. So we can continue that conversation in DC next week, but he's looking forward for us to coming out and talking with him. And that's the whole thing. When you're in that position, people right now are fired up. They're like, hey, what's going on here? I mean, that's on both sides. People are like, hey, that's not supposed to happen here, and it's happening to me, which someone said it wouldn't, right? So we all have to be positive and just be ready to express yourself when you go to DC. As I know, and when Councilmember Ford was the mayor, we had great conversations out there. And that it's all about us making sure the city is not only protected, but also looking towards the future and making sure, you know, the things we advocate for, that they're in full support, whether it's roads, rail, air, water, those always gonna be an issue. So there's nothing wrong with bringing it up. That's very
When you
good.
see him again, can you ask him to ask about a town hall then, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
because there are plenty of residents, not just here, but I know surrounding cities asking him for that.
And I did ask
And he's
for
been very
town hall.
useful.
He said he was waiting, he's going back this, as of today, he went back. But he said he will definitely have a town hall meeting with people.
But only on Zoom. You won't do it in person.
Well, he didn't say that. Well, we'll ask him that, if they can be in person, because Zoom does not work.
Nor does his phone either, nor emails either apparently, but that's my own opinion.
I talked to someone there.
All right, so I appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me to go my
Yes, I reached
finance.
out to Councilmember.
With that,
And we've-
we're adjourned at 10:24.
And Brandy?
Oh, Brandy?
get the problem.
Much appreciated.
Okay, we won't leave it.